All right.
No,
I'm going to reconvene the public hearing in a few moments. So if I could ask for everyone just to cease chatter. Thank you. While this is a continuation of the hearing from last evening, I am going to reread the statement attached to the public hearing, and then we will return to speakers. So again, we would like to thank the Fairgrounds for allowing us to use this venue. In the event of an emergency, the muster station will be located at the RCMP building. We ask that all cell phones be muted and that any conversations be moved to the lobby. This public hearing is an opportunity for any person who believes their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws to be heard. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views known. In order to facilitate this, we ask that there be no noise making such as clapping, booing, or other reactions from the audience, please. There is no need to stand in line at the podium. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called. If you have not already registered to speak, there's an opportunity to do so in the lobby, I believe. And if not, I will be calling for a second and third time at the end of the public hearing to confirm that there are no speakers left in the room. Again, speakers should begin their address to council by clearly stating your name, address, and municipality of residence. It is important that all who speak at this public hearing, while not limited by time, do limit their remarks to matters contained in the bylaw, and it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure this. Again, tonight's hearing is on the continuation of from last evening about the proposed amendment to the official community plan, zoning bylaw, and a development permit with variances for the application known as 1934 Hovey Road. Comments will only be accepted on the proposed change in OCP designation from neighborhood residential to multi-unit residential. The proposed change in zoning from RC, residential corridor, and RN, residential neighborhood, to residential attached RM5. Any aspect of the proposed development itself, and any of the variances that have been requested and which include height, setbacks, lot coverage, and parking. Public hearings follow specific laws and must be fair. Council will only consider the above topics. Comments on the following will not be accepted: an applicant's business practices, any speculation on the project, previously addressed conflicts of interest by council members, anything not related to the application, bylaw changes, or variances. Again, council members are asked to listen during the public hearing and may ask questions at the end if needed. Council will not debate each other, the applicant, or speakers during the hearing. I would ask my colleagues, therefore, to hold all questions until the end of the public hearing. Again, all written submissions and all representations from the public form part of and are disclosed through the public record. This public hearing is being streamed live, and the recording will be posted to the district's website. Once the hearing is closed, council is not permitted to receive any additional information or representation from the applicant or members of the public other than to clarify issues raised at the public hearing. Council will make its views known, deliberate, and make its decision at a future regular council meeting. And I will look to our corporate officer to introduce speakers.
Thank you, Chair. So we are going to start tonight with 3 of the virtual speakers who, for those of you who were in attendance last night, attempted to join us and provided some humor at the beginning with some sound issues. So the first speaker will be Susan Zidel online, followed by Sue Hallet if she is in the call.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me okay? Okay, take that as a yes. My name is Susan Zidel. I live at 909 Damelart Way in Brentwood Bay. I'm a 65-year-old senior who's lived in Central Saanich and owned a home for 40 years here. In my opinion, the Central Saanich official community plan should not be amended for this development, and the zoning in Schedule F should not be changed from residential neighborhood and residential corridor to RM5. for these 5 properties we are discussing tonight. Some of my reasons and some of my points are, one is regarding the development of the OCP that we are currently have, which was adopted by council in April 2023. During the period of when public and staff and consultants were reviewing OCP and going through it, which took 2 or 3 years. It was early on in COVID days, so there was Zoom meetings and public meetings and surveys, which I participated in some of these and talked to other residents at the time. And it became very clear that Central Saanich residences wanted Brentwood Bay Village and Saanich Village to be the areas designated for multifamily residential buildings. Some new sites were identified, such as Dignan Road in Brentwood Bay Village, or close to it. It's currently single-family homes. There wasn't a consensus on doing that, as residents were not necessarily all in favor of that. So it's been noted in the OCP document as a potential for denser development. The single-family residential lots on Hovey and East Saanich that are part of this proposal were not in the OCP review, obviously, and the Rise and Legion Manor proposal seemed to surface soon after the signing of the OCP. So there was had been no discussion from the community, which I think is important in a project this. The OCP, as noted, and spoken by others, is a living document. We don't expect the OCP to be the way it is for many years. The previous OCP, there was some amendments, which council is aware of, going from the OCP was from 2008, and there was 2010, the Stonehouse Lane townhouses on Prosser Road was an amendment. Then on Keating Cross Road, there were townhouses on Keating that were 25 units, but there in 2013. That was adopted. A condo building in Brentwood Bay, 4 stories in 2017, all very appropriate for their locations. In May 2017, the Marigold lands, that was changed in the OCP. There was a public hearing regarding that, and there was lots of discussion at the time, as I recall. The developers were going to build a maximum of 250 units on the Marigold lands. So they built some condos and townhouses, but then sold the land for rental units to Starlight to develop. So now it's looking like we're going to have over 500 units when that project is complete. Then in 2018, 1909 Prosser Road, the OCP was changed. And the original developer sold the building, and what now is Prosser Place was developed with 50 units of affordable or subsidized housing. Regarding the proposal we are discussing now, I believe the massing of the 2 buildings with 130 units for rental, most of which are market rental and 13 of which would be subsidized or affordable, and the 57 units for the Legion Manor building. That's a huge, those are huge structures for that location in Central Saanich, in my opinion. And the massing, there's a lot of massing there that in that location. So current development that Central Saanich has, where the OCP has been involved and modified, as I mentioned, 235 units in the Starlight buildings, which has market rentals and a small number of affordable rentals. The market rental prices are up around $4 a square foot. And a lot of people are finding, spending $2,000 for a 500 square foot unit, or if it's a family unit of 800 or 900 square feet, that's a lot of money for rent for most people, unless you have a couple of people with very good jobs sharing one unit. The Arise market rentals, I would assume, would be a similar price, with 10% of the rental units would be designated as affordable rents. But that's usually only in a 10-year housing agreement for the owner of the building, the developer, to keep those as affordable. Otherwise, it's not a forever designation. unless council changes that process. There's other new construction underway where the OCP's been, has to be previously may have been modified or zoning changed slightly at 7701 East Saanich Road. There'll be more rentals there. 110 unit, 6-story affordable housing building has been approved for 1183 Verdier Avenue with 3 different levels of subsidized rentals dependent on income. So there'll be a deep needs level and then 2 other levels above that. Those will be available for seniors and everyone to apply for. There's also new development proposals in the development tracker for Saanich Village and Brentwood Village. And if the new municipal buildings for the municipal hall, fire hall, and police station are built on Hobie and Wallace, the land at 1903 Mount Newton Crossroad will have a huge potential for future well-planned development for housing for seniors and for affordable housing. This is in the Saanich Village core where residents want density to be. But the OCP has broad policy statements such as residents wanting more affordable housing and seniors housing. That's all over Greater Victoria and all over most larger communities across Canada. It's not just our community. And there isn't a specific definition of affordable. Subsidized or low income are probably better terms for that. Yes, Central Saanich needs more housing in the future, but we have a limited land base for residences. Councils adopted infill housing, and more recently with Bill 44, adopted the residential neighborhood and residential corridor zones, which can have up to 4 or 8 units, housing units per lot, which will allow infill to happen throughout our community over time as lot owners decide when an appropriate time is to develop their property and find builders to do their work. The residential lots at 1934 to 1966 Hobie Road and 7551 East Saanich Road would be an ideal location for some of this small-scale multi-unit housing. If those owners of those single-family homes indeed want to sell, which they obviously do. We may need more seniors housing, but there's also a significant need for more missing middle family residences that could be built under the residential neighborhood zoning. There's lots of families who would, and with people that work in the community that provide the services, that may have a family and 2 incomes and may want to be able to purchase a townhouse that's a reasonable price that currently can't afford to get into the housing market. For housing for seniors, we have a significant portion of seniors aged 65 and over in Central Saanich. I know myself being 65, living here 40 years, a lot of the people that live around me are aging in place. They've raised families and they're still in their family homes. There's some seniors, obviously, who've never had the opportunity to own a home. So yes, they have small pensions and very little assets. And they're the ones that need a place like Legion Manor. There's no doubting that's what's required. There's other seniors who have money, could sell a home and afford a different type of seniors housing. Not all seniors are desperate, but we know there are a lot of them. The current Legion Manor property, which provides subsidized housing for seniors with low incomes, is built on a 5.5 acre parcel, designated RP2 zoning, with land in short supply. I would suggest that Legion Manor could perhaps buy the lot at 7551, which is about a half an acre, to build a building on that site. There's lots of examples of seniors facilities in Victoria and Saanich, such as Dawson Heights, where nonprofit groups have gotten BC housing funding to redevelop. So thank you, and I just want to say I'm concerned about the division in our community that this proposal has been causing, and I hope we, like I said, I don't want to see it approved. I think there needs to be much more discussion on what's appropriate for the site. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Our next online speaker hasn't joined us yet, so I'm going to ask Richard Bushard in the room, followed by Bruce Williams online.
I'm Richard M.L. Bouchard, Major retired, and I live and I've paid municipal tax in Saanich since 1993. Bonsoir, Monsieur le Maire, conseillers, staff, and Central Saanich residents. Thank you for the opportunity to offer me my remarks for your consideration. Let me say that I support the revised housing development presented last night by Arise Development for affordable housing for veterans, senior, and healthcare workers. A little bit of a background is I joined the Canadian Forces in 1978, and I spent 30 years as a helicopter pilot supporting naval operation on either the East Coast from 1981 to 1993, and on the West Coast from 1993 to 2008. I stand in front of you as a veteran of the first Persian Gulf War, which happened between 1990 and 1991, in which a multinational coalition liberated Kuwait following its invasion by the military forces of Saddam Hussein on August 2nd, 1990. The toughest thing for me to fly in that environment is I had to fly in weather of 35 to 40 degrees Celsius, dressed in full chemical suit, just in case Saddam Hussein would have decided to launch bacteriological attack.
So I suspect you're probably predicting that we thank you for your service, but we are, of course, here for the specific elements of the public hearing, bylaws, etc.
On the closer front, I recently recovered from a very demanding radiation chemotherapy cancer treatment, in which was a very, very demanding on me and on my family. And I'm suffering today from radiation sickness, not only for the one that I suffered during the war in battle, but also to the high dosage radiation treatment I received from the Jubilee Institute here, in the form of ache and pain in my pelvic. I feel very fortunate to have been able to recover, but I have to cope now with the difficulties I am right now. The situation to house veterans, not only at the Legion Manor, but throughout the Greater Victoria, is quite limited and finite. I am fortunate that there are few Gulf War veterans around in the neighborhood, but there's much more behind me who have served and came back from Afghanistan in much more difficult situation than I am. So I hope, or I believe, that those on your behalf who face the enemy on the battlefield and have returned home be allowed some adequate facilities to properly rest and enjoy the continuation on their journey worry-free. I truly understand, Mr. Mayor, that the overall picture in Central Saanich and its dilemma you and Council are facing with this housing proposal and what is at stake from the comment I heard so far is quite difficult. But remember, you're not alone. I don't know if you pay attention today, but in the Saanich newspaper, it's all around in any neighborhood. What I've heard last night, I heard it into my municipality, I heard it to my neighborhood. Too much are demanded on your limited resources and finite funds in dealing satisfactorily with the so many urgent issues and irritant. These situations are constantly popping up in our Greater Victoria or in our peninsula. We live certainly in a very beautiful place, the envy of the rest of our country. However, the growth increase in the last 20 years seems to be too fast and not really assessed considering the topography, natural obstacle, and the very limited growth that we have around us. Therefore, some are pleased with some of the progress, and some are left in the dust, very disappointed and at times bitter. I sincerely wish courage and wisdom in rendering a very, very difficult decision based on all available information. Of importance, and as mentioned last night by two specialists in the housing field, the project as presented last night is a gem and an opportunity not to be missed. It is proposed by a local boy, a central sandwich company with the best interest of his community to offer a viable solution to your difficulties. As we all know, it could be worse. It could be a firm from Vancouver, Calgary, and Toronto that would be telling you what they're going to be building, because that's what's happening in other municipalities. In retrospect, Mr. le Maire, we don't know what we don't know. However, it is vital to succeed in whatever undertaking to remain flexible, fluid, and avoid rigidity in a selected course of action, as it could end up being very detrimental to your end state. I've learned in Canadian Forces that you plan the work and you work the plan. And in my case, as an aviator, you brief the mission and you fly the brief mission. However, one must be ready to modify the plan or the briefing when new or updated information becomes available or the situation at hand dictate, as we heard last night. The leader must instill the confidence to change the plan or the briefing in order to achieve the aim of its mission safely and effectively. Lastly, and based on what I witnessed last night, I would like to suggest the following observation regarding the drafting of an OCP. And bear with me, I don't know nothing about writing civilian stuff. But if you ask my colleague, I'm a very excellent staff officer in military writing. What came to me is that an OCP, as any plan, it's not written in concrete. In my career, we have what we call AOI. Like you have an OCP, we have an AOI. It's called Aircraft Operating Instruction, the how to fly with the helicopter. But in this book, there's some interesting terminology that may help someone to take the proper corrective or the proper action. For example, we have terminology, and remember, I'm a French Canadian, and I paid really attention to the English grammar and terminology. So in a book or in a manual, when you read terms like shall, will, may, or should, could, to guide the decision process. Also, we have what is written warning and caution. And these notes are associated with the paragraph in which they describe more information, and they contain directive and additional information. If not followed, could end up as a warning for injury or death, or as a caution, damage to equipment or the helicopters. Let's bring that to the OCP for an example. In an OCP, I would put caution. Purchasing or owning a property in Central Saanich designated A1 ALR may be subjected to rezoning application to an R1M or other designated as required by the municipality director or district director of planning and building service with council sanction. That will avoid a lot of what I heard last night. I was quite touched with the plea of the owner of the orphan house last night. They made a great presentation. I read some of their article or their interview in the article in the journal. Is there?
Pardon me, Speaker, I have from a member of council a point of order.
I really appreciate the useful feedback on how we could potentially write an OCP into the future. Maybe we have a person for that time when we have to review our OCP. But I think it might be not what we're talking about this evening. It's valid and strong for the future, but I suggest that maybe
because I've noticed last night there's two camps,
No,
and one
Val,
are strictly
if you follow me.
entrenched. And I think that
Yeah, so what I'm going to offer you is that you've made the point about the need for flexibility in the OCP.
yeah,
We have definitely heard that. I think if we could ask you just to move along in the presentation, back to the application, which is to do.
I have only one last point, is I don't know if this has been thought about, but following their plea and what it's written, is there a potential negotiation that, they're sitting on an agricultural land? It seemed like in my neighborhood, we have a similar thing with apartment and we have built a community garden. So I don't know, it's something I'm throwing here to you, Mr. Mayor, that perhaps sometime when you start to try to buy peace or try to please everyone, I'm
Again,
sure.
we definitely have received the point. I think you've spoken very well, and thank you for sharing your experience and the thoughts on the housing. Well done. I appreciate you coming forward. But if that's the conclusion of
That's
your
it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you very much for your time, and well done.
Thank you.
The next speaker online is Mr. Bruce Williams, followed in the room by Norm Ryder.
Thank you very much. My address, I'll be very brief today. I'll speak through the mayor to council and the attendees. I'd like to first of all acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the land of the Lekwungen-speaking nations known to us today as Songhees and Kusapsim, and I am the CEO of the Greater Victoria Chamber of Commerce located at 633 Courtney Street in Victoria, and my wife and I live in View Royal. The Chamber is speaking at this because we represent the voice of business across the capital region, including Central Saanich. Arise Developments is a member in good standing of our chamber, and we have always been impressed by their creativity, their altruism, and their support for the community because they step up in a way that many in their sector do not. This project is innovative, inclusive, transformative, and diverse. It's bold, it's progressive, and it's truly inspiring as an asset to the community. It will obviously provide much needed housing for healthcare workers, for seniors, for First Nation elders, and the Legion. You cannot deny the benefit that this provides to the community. This project would be an inspiration to other developers and other municipalities to build similar models. Central Saanich could proudly declare to be the innovators and the forward-thinking municipality that made this happen. It's becoming increasingly obvious that some degree of densification needs to start to happen across the capital region to meet the housing needs and the needs across the island. Some of us, as we get older, overlook the consideration of future needs, and we get stuck in wanting to resist change, and we feel that the status quo is good enough. That's not always the case. Future generations and future seniors will reap the benefits of this asset, which is why it's also so important to move it forward and do whatever it takes to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Norm Ryder, followed by Amy, I'm not certain of the last name, Krahas, perhaps?
First of all, I think I should start by saying I am a resident of the Legion Manor, and some of the things I've heard from people is a little questionable. I have felt very much under pressure to write a letter to council supporting the project. I wasn't comfortable with the project, but I wasn't going to write a letter to council. Then I got another letter to write to council to support the project. And I felt I was under considerable pressure to the point that I'm almost concerned about speaking here tonight, because even though supposedly the Tenancy Act and human rights will prevent them from retaliating against me, I am concerned I will be retaliated against because I have spoken out against this development. Now, that's not just me. That there was one person that wanted to take a petition around to the residents. They couldn't get many signatures on it because almost every one of them that they spoke to said they were against the project, but they were afraid of retaliation. So you've heard about the big happy family. Well, management gives us a little bit of concern at times.
I'm going to ask you.
No, I'm pointing out that when you hear people at the Legion Manor, you first of all have to recognize they, and many of them, are speaking, taking it under pressure. I had one woman tonight that had signed a petition that was taken around in favor of the development come to me just before I came here and said, boy, I didn't know what that project was about. She realized she did not want to have signed the petition, yet she felt coerced and pressured into signing it.
Okay.
Okay, so I made that point.
Yeah.
One thing that she did say was it's in the wrong location. And that's basically where I've, shall we say, titled what I have. It's the wrong location, it's the wrong project, and it's the wrong time. That just because a developer comes to council and to the municipality with a plan and says, we're going to do this, doesn't mean you have to accept it. Yes, I think probably everyone here agrees that we need more housing in various forms. That's not a problem. But we need the correct housing in the correct locations, and this project does not do it. Now, so less than 2 years ago, the OCP was done. The people there made it very clear that this was at the far end of the Sanderson Court. Now, in their document, they are talking about 800 meters to Sanderson Court. Now, as an ex-surveyor, I know it's not 800 meters. It's, for seniors to come out of that building, it will be roughly a 3-kilometer round trip to go and get groceries. Now, on a nice sunny day, that may be okay, except don't forget a lot of these seniors that they're targeting at are targeting or will be using canes or walkers. And I don't know, that's a long walk with one of those. But on a nice day, they can make it. But how many people realize that the bus service on East Sandwich Road, if there's a skiff of snow, they shut it down between Mount Newton and where it goes down Island View Road to the highway. So you've got, in inclement weather, they have to walk in the snow. A little skiff of snow they can probably handle. But when the snow gets deeper, I guess you could say it'd be a good Monty Python skit. The senior hobbling along in a snow-covered sidewalk with her cane to go and get groceries. Well, that may be fine for a skit, and you can all laugh at that, but I don't want to see it in real life. Can they use the cycling lane? No, the cycling lanes are filled with snow. Snow pushed there from the cars. So it's not that easy for seniors to get there. I can also say, from speaking from my experience at the Legion Manor, there's not exactly a lot of the ones around the outside. And don't forget, there's 2 classes in there at the Legion Manor. One group is in the center core, requires quite a bit of care, and they probably don't have a need to walk for groceries. So ones around the outside have to go for groceries somewhere. Most of them drive their cars there. That at the Legion Manor, there is not sufficient parking for the cars now for the residents around the outside. That I know from personal experience, it took over a month for me to get a parking spot. I was told to park on Hovey Road until I got the parking spot. Now,
I assume that you're making a point about the new development as well in the context of parking?
it very much has, because that was brought up by some of the proponents about the parking at the Legion Manor, et cetera. But the other thing is that the parking on Hovey Road with this project is going to be reduced. They also, that I would estimate about 70% of the residents around the outside have cars. Now, there isn't sufficient parking for those cars included in the development. And as I say, they're already short on the parking as it is in the development. So I'm a little puzzled who's giving them advice, where it's coming from. They certainly haven't looked at the next door, which has basically the target market they are looking at. That the parking there isn't adequate, and less parking will be less than adequate. So, but going back to the OCP, that it is if you're not going to follow the OCP, why do you waste your time and effort? Why do you waste thousands of hours of the residents to write the OCP? That I stopped being involved in the OCPs after the last one, when before the ink was dry, there was an application to change the OCP. That I see the OCP as it's the developer's cash plan. It's not. There seems to be very little recognition of what the people want. We write and have good words, but it gets thrown out. Now, the OCP is not just what the people want. It's also a document for planning. Where is the infrastructure needed as it's being built? That having worked in that business, putting pipeline or sewer pipes in, etc., it takes time to put those in. That a properly operating municipality will plan it, know that we're going to be developing this area down the road, and they make sure they have adequate capacity for the lines. That, from what I can tell, I'm not convinced there's going to be enough capacity when that place and the other areas get fully developed that are within and following the OCP. But it's not just that. Other places are impacted by it, that especially when more seniors are being brought in, is the hospital plan, which is already running overloaded, having a hard time keeping their doors open because of staff problems. So is the hospital prepared, capable of expanding? Who's going to pay for that? One thing, I didn't see anything in the plan, but when they're talking about care aides, etc., working at the hospital in the market rental building, many of them will have children. What will that do to the school system? There's a great deal that BC Hydro needs these plans to make the grid, which is already struggling under considerable problems because of what's going on. So the OCP has a much greater than just the aesthetics of where a building is put. It's required for proper planning of a municipality. And this ad hoc, throwing something in here, that's how development is being done. That's what the OCP was brought in to prevent, ad hoc development. Yes, well, gray hair, I can remember when they decided they needed things like the OCP. I know why. So you can't just toss the OCP out and say, oh, we're going to upgrade the zoning on a piece of property. That's flying in the face of so many reasons for the OCP. But in this particular case, they have applied for a zoning that will allow them more coverage and various things which belong closer to the Sanderson core. But the zoning is not adequate for them. They've got a whole list of variances. They want increased lot coverage, which they already have upgraded the lot coverage from what it is now. They want different setbacks. They want that. They're not looking at they should not have targeted that place because it's not capable of supporting the project. The project is too big for the land they are putting it on. That they should be scaled back so they are not having to ask for lot variances or variances on the lot coverage. Mind you, I'll offer a solution for them in a trade-off on variances. If they're serious about things like climate change, about the impact on the environment, green roofs on the units would go a long ways to helping that problem. You still have the setback problems, which are an issue. There's other things that they can, when you do the variances, that they have to have the variances, that the buildings of these types, and you only have to look at the generations, they have cell towers, or not cell towers, cell transmitters put on them. Now I'm having a very hard time in this building right now because I have to deal with electromagnetic radiation. And these are put onto the roofs in the attics of a lot of buildings as well, causing serious problems for people like me, which, by the way, electromagnetic hypersensitivity is a human right that the UN recognizes as an environmental sensitivity and is to be accommodated. So with the variances, if they want the variances, swap it out for reducing the amount of electromagnetic radiation they will be radiating. There's many things. There's also, when it comes into the construction of the building, that proper wiring will reduce things like dirty electricity and transients in electricity, that it's sort of covered in the building or the electrical code, but a good friend of mine is making very good business out of fixing places that passed electrical inspection but have quite a bit of these electric transients, that it's a very serious issue for people like me, and it's about time people recognized it. And as I say, if they want this, they should be accommodating people with electromagnetic hypersensitivity. And I know there's other people in this room that have told me they have electromagnetic hypersensitivity. Probably a third of the population has it. So it is a concern. I have been into a house nearby there to measure the radiation level at their request.
I'm going to gently say that you have made the point.
I would like to make my point. I have been into the house, I have measured the radiation, and they have asked me to return when the building is done to see how that
one
has...
of the 5 houses that's on the site at 1934?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm confused as to what the relevance of a
I am suggesting
random house is.
I am suggesting that start looking at these radiation issues.
Yeah. I think we've heard the point, and you trade off for variances.
May I finish what I want to say? I'm getting tired of you interrupting me.
I would refer you back, Mr. Ryder, to the rules of the public hearing. You have done an excellent job of staying.
This can be dealt with in discussing the variances.
And you've made the point.
Okay.
I think all members of council have heard it.
Yeah. All right. That's what I was trying to get through to you, and you kept interrupting me on that.
Well, by my count, Mr. Ryder, you actually said it 3 times, and we heard you. I gave you the line.
I'm sorry. I have a hard time hearing a part of what's happened. So could you please be clear? You've
made the point about the variances and the electromagnetic radiation. I'm asking you to continue your remarks beyond that, please.
Another thing is that I understand that their plan is to remove the cycling lane in front of the building on East Sandwich Road. Now, that's already a dangerous spot to be riding your bike because of the curbs going both ways there. Removing the cycling lane will make it even worse. But it sort of puzzles me because they're talking about so many cyclists in the building. And, well, you know me, I'm very strong on more cycling infrastructure. But the number of cyclists that they envisioned there, I don't know where they came up with that number. I can tell you, going back to my experience at the Legion Manor, I am the only person around the outer part of the building, or the complex, that regularly rides a bike. That is 1 out of 100, yet for some reason there's this vision, many of the seniors there are going to be riding bikes, and well into my senior age, shall we say. I'm very unusual to be riding a bike as much as I do. So I'm puzzled where their design advice for seniors is coming from, because it's not reflected in the reality at the place right next door. The other concern I have is that many of the seniors use walkers, they use canes. So you're going to put them in a 4-story building, frame construction, with 1 stairwell. Now, I appreciate the BC Fire Code, the minimum standard for fire, they only need 1 stairwell. But when you're talking about seniors in the building with 1 stairwell, I don't know how they're going to get down in the event of an emergency. Don't forget, the elevators are not, in this situations like that, are usually shut down. So they've got to go down 4 flights of stairs when they're in a panic, trying to get their walker down, their cane. I don't know how they're going to do it. There's a serious safety issue with that building in particular. That what is referred to as the market rental, in some things, what it keeps getting blurred into this affordable rent. 90% of that building is market rental. We've already heard from many people that are advocating for the development. The rents are too high in the area. Well, more too high rents in the area is not really going to solve the problem. So I'm a little puzzled, but going back further on the affordable rent, that I appreciate you have a bylaw that says affordable is subsidized rent. Well, if they pay $1 to subsidize it, does that qualify as affordable rental? That there should be a metric to describe it. And I'll just throw out a third, the rent cannot exceed a third of what someone would earn on minimum wage. Pick your number, but there should be something a little more solid than some form of subsidy of who knows what. The separate class for the senior affordable, so I gather that's a different affordable than what's covered in your bylaw. It's not covered at all. I'll throw out that the senior affordable should be no more than a third of the old age pension and the CPP. That will allow, as things go up, that goes up, so the rent will go up accordingly. That would work for the concept of affordable. But once again, no definition is meaningless. And it's about time that there was something solid in what is affordable rent. That, as I say, 90% of the West Building being market rent is, I don't know what they're solving that. I will agree, we do need more housing. And anyone that drives down Pandora Street and sees the housing there, the problems there, yes, we do need more housing. But none of those people will be able, even at the affordable rent, to move in. So is the building the right building for what you're trying to solve? And I can say quite strongly, it's not, neither of them are going to meet the needs of the community. Yes, there will be people that move in, but there's a lot of vacant rental, as I understand it, in the area now. So just how long will it take for the building to be filled and used completely? That it just literally, because it's outside of what the people that bought homes there, this is what it's zoned for, they expect it to stay that way without flipping the next week as after they bought it. That's just makes your whole OCP pointless. So, wrong location. That I cannot see where this building, either of the buildings, there's any solid assurance that it's going to meet and help with, as some others are saying, the low income and the senior on a fixed income. I don't see that either of those buildings meeting that criteria, that the lot coverage is, there's a reason for lot coverage, and it's not just because of the aesthetics. We want to see more green space and the rest of that. There is a problem, and that ties very closely with climate change issues, etc. And that is the creation of urban heat islands. And it is for that reason that I suggest that they really have to have that lot coverage, at least give us a green roof on all the buildings. That, talking to the meteorologists that I've discussed this with in the past over a number of times, the urban heat island is probably one of the biggest effects that people are attributing to climate change. Certainly, cities are getting warmer, and this is extending the cityfication, I guess you could say, of Saanich. Further, and we all know that, and much of it is probably within zoning, so it's not a big issue. There's going to be more roof coverage from there all the way down to Saanich. So you're increasing this urban heat island. If you're interested or concerned about climate change, that's a good way to stop at least localized warming.
Sorry, we just lost a member of council, so I was just noting that.
Well, I'm afraid the radiation in this room is somewhat scattering my thinking, and I'm going to have to stop now. But I would like to leave you with the thought that radiation and my request for that to be dealt with, at least under a variance, is a very serious one.
Okay, thank you for coming forward today to speak.
Our next speaker will be Amy, I'm going to guess Kraha, in the room, followed by Sue Hallet online, as Sue was one of the members who wasn't able to speak yesterday virtually. Is Amy with us? Last call for Amy. Okay, we'll
I'm going
ask.
to suggest, since Councillor King has taken
Okay.
the room, we should just maybe take a recess. Okay. I'm going to suggest we're almost at 7 o'clock that we take a couple of minutes recess just because one member of council has already stepped out. So we'll come back in 5 minutes. If I could ask everyone please to return to your seats and stop all chatter. We're going to resume in a few moments here. Paul. Hold on. Where's
Where'd he
Paul?
go? He's right there.
Oh, okay.
Our first speaker is Sue Hallet online, followed by Karen Scott in the room.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Sue Hallet. I'm zooming in from Lekwungen territory. My specific address is 32 Padden Avenue in Swinghung-Tunnuth, also known as the stunning James Bay. I am a friend of the Victoria Native Friendship Center, and tonight I'm representing the executive director, Ron Rice, WUSC. The VNFC is located at 231 Regina Avenue, which is also in Lekwungen territory. I'm supporting the organization in its aspiration to build affordable housing that's culturally based for youth aging out of care and elders. But the need for decent housing is desperate for the vast majority of urban Indigenous folks living in the capital region. And we're hoping to build more housing as we get our sea legs in this development gig. And we've come to understand that development is not for the faint of heart, which is why we're really grateful as an organization for our friends who help us. And Luke Murray is a trusted friend of the VNFC, and it's why Ron wanted to hold up his hands to Arise to support this initiative. And also to underscore, if it isn't already obvious, that the need for housing, especially elders and seniors, and what Ron refers to as seniors in training. And we appreciate the incredible effort and resourcefulness and the willpower it takes to build housing. It's really come home to us, actually, about how difficult this is. We know from our membership that there's a desperate need for elder housing. And we know from our focus groups that elders really benefit from wraparound community. And it seems that this development is really working to create a community vibe, and that is also something that we're very respectful of, and not an attempt to warehouse seniors. And we also just wanted to mention that elders have, as we most know, that the cultural obligation to share their knowledge with the next generation, and that knowledge transfer is most successful with young people when it's on the land. And so our project is in a very urban environment, and we're not able to actually create any space in an urban environment. So we're really excited about the rural communities stepping up to be able to create housing for elders who really need to be close to the land. And so we're grateful for that. And we think that that's a blessing. And that's really all I wanted to say. And thank you for your good work. And Haichka CM on behalf of the Victoria Native Friendship Center.
Thank you, Sue. The next speaker is Karen Scott in the room, followed by Jill Atkey in the room.
Hi, my name's Karen Scott. I live at 1960 Hovey Road. And before I speak, I was hoping you might indulge me for a little bit of clarification about why we're here tonight and what we're speaking on. I just want to be clear that this is not a meeting about debating the project or debating whether or not it fits the OCP.
Certainly,
or is it?
Of the procedure allow for commentary on
anything.
Designation change,
Okay.
The proponent's application,
Okay.
the aspects of the proposed development. So certainly people can offer their opinion
Okay.
in that vein.
Okay. Okay, good. So what I want to say is I appreciate being able to come and talk to you. The other thing I want to say is that I think I have a little bit different perspective that I hope that you will take some time to hear. I've been a realtor for 30 years, and I know a lot about housing, and I know a lot about the people who live in their housing. And I know a lot about why people choose one area over another. I've worked with a wide range of ages and families and singles people with lots of money, people with little money. And I can tell you about location, that I know people have spoke here about the right place for this development is in the core. And I would like to say for some that might be true. But for many, and I say many more than want to be in the core, my experience is that people want to be in a community and have the amenities that they want to be close at hand. And a 15-minute walk is completely a perfect fit. So I want to speak about that part of it, about the location. The other thing I want to speak about the location is that this properties, the combined properties, impact the least amount of housing that you could. We have along the north side, bordering the Legion, we have East Saanich on one side, and then we have the agricultural piece of land on the east side. And every multifamily development along the corridor, main corridor of East Saanich, of that section, every one of them goes from East Saanich to agricultural land. So the next thing I want to talk about is about the voices you're not hearing here. We have heard from the seniors. We've heard from the people who are living in their homes, and they're like all of us, we're concerned about our community. But the people you're not hearing about and not hearing from, and you have a few, are tenants. And these are the people who are going to be able to come into this project and have a home. And when this first started, I wanted to hear from tenants. And I reached out to people I didn't know. There were a few that came through on Facebook. But I asked them, tell me what it's like to be a tenant. Tell me what life is like for you. And what they said to me was, every month, you're monitoring and watching for rents, because you never know if you're going to get notice that month to move, because the house is going to be sold, because family members are moving in, because there's going to be renovations that are done. So that's what they go through. The other thing that they shared with me is that they will speak up about maybe some of the deficiencies that they have in the homes that they're living in. And if they don't get done, they don't say anything, because they're worried that if I become a problem tenant, I will be given notice to leave. I asked the tenants, would you come forward and speak? And they don't want to. They don't want to because their landlord, who might be here, who doesn't support it, might see them or read their letters and decide, you know what, you're a problem tenant. I'm going to find a reason. I'm going to have a nephew move in or whatnot. Or they might be looking for a rental, and that person looks at them and says, oh, yeah, you know, you supported that development. No, I don't want to have you as a tenant. They told me about when they do have to find a home and they find a rental, that they're competing. I know somebody was tossing out some pretty big numbers, but it is not uncommon to be competing with 50 or 100 other people who are looking for those homes. So this is what it comes down to, is housing security. And many of the people here in this room and that have spoken, they have housing security. Many of the people who have spoken, they have a home. Many have been in it for many years, and they've worked hard to get that home. Many of them are retired. And so for them, being retired, they also get the benefit of deferring their taxes. So for these people who are, totally deserving of it, they are in their home. They can live there with absolutely zero cost for a roof over their head other than their utilities. They don't have a mortgage, they don't have to pay their property taxes. But for the tenant, that isn't a reality. For the tenant, they know that they could be moved at any time. And they're afraid to speak up. And that's why I'm speaking up about it. The other point I want to make is, as a realtor, I've seen tenants and what happens when the house goes on the market, and it is panic. It is absolutely horrible for them. And we read about the tenants that don't move out. And they don't move out because they don't have anywhere to go. And I would ask any of you to think about that scenario, that you, not by your own choice, have to move and you have nowhere to go. The other thing I want to point out is that in our community in Central Saanich, in 5 years, the cost of housing to purchase on all levels has gone up in excess of 40%. And I can assure you that incomes have not gone up by that amount. And when you consider what it takes to qualify to buy a home, at the prices we have now, we have eliminated pretty much anybody who's making 80,000, if they're making 60,000, 70,000, and that's not a cheap wage. They're not working at McDonald's. So now what we have is many more people who are looking for rental properties. The other thing that I got from tenants is they have kind of come to the kind of acceptance that they probably will never own a home and that renting is going to be a part of their life. But what they want is security and stability. The way that we can see rents come down is by having enough housing for people who need it. And that's just a reality. If rental buildings are built and they can't get tenants to move in, they will bring the price down. So this building going up is not going to solve the problem, but what it is a beginning for the problem. So by building up our inventory of rental housing, we are going to be taking steps towards creating an environment where rents are going to level off, balance, and hopefully soften. So that is, I think, my points I wanted to say. I also, this is another kind of question for me, the planners, they are the ones that look at the project and put it all together and present that to you. And they're the ones that talk to you about whether or not this complies with the OCP. So those are the people I think you have to go to and ask yourself, how far off is it? And is this project going to bring enough value to the community to make those changes? And I absolutely believe it does. So thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Jill Atke, followed by Sophie Hindemarch. Sorry, what? Apologies, Jill is going to join us later. Is Sophie Hindemarch in the room? Sophie? Nope. Okay, the next speaker is Graham Haffey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Graham Haffey, and I'm a Veterans Outreach Worker for the John Howard Society of Victoria. I'm also a veteran myself. My job is to locate and assist homeless veterans and those who are at risk of homelessness with securing proper accommodation. And this is often quite a challenge to do. When we heard about the proposal for the creation of more veterans accommodations with this development here adjacent to the Legion Manor, we're actually quite encouraged. So many of my fellow veterans, a lot of people probably don't know this, they're actually living on the street, which is really unfortunate for anyone who has served their country. We're finding people in the parks, living in their cars or trucks, often in a cardboard box. They haven't made the transition properly. You know, they're trying to get help, and we're trying to get them that help. So, as you can imagine, you know, anyone who has served their country, no one should be homeless, of course. But in my mind, and the mind of many others, that anyone who's served their country should not be on the streets or homeless. So we're trying to get people that help, and accommodations is the first step in the list of needs, obviously. So I ask that you consider this, and that housing is a problem right across Canada, and we're wrestling with finding these veterans safe, affordable, and secure accommodations. And I hope you vote in support of this, and we can actually create more spaces for these veterans. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Karen Dodd, followed by Jackie Yerlow.
It's Karen Dodd from
Apologies.
It's all good. 1286 Newt Way since 2010. Just wanted to show my support for this project. I think it's very clear that our veterans who've served us are in need of housing, and I mean, we've heard that over and over. Affordable housing that's needed in any municipality and probably majority of the cities around. One of the things is that, I mean, we've heard and we know that Central Saanich does need more housing, regardless of area. Obviously, having things in the core is wonderful, but having things outside of the core is also important. You know, it helps to create affordability. To create affordability, you've got to create housing. So creating as much housing as possible will allow you the opportunity to drive rents and prices of homes and rentals of homes down. The key here is that you know, there's an opportunity here to add a lot of homes. You've got 57 available to one demographic and 100 and you know, 50 plus for another. And definitely one of the demographics that I think hasn't really been represented that well here today is the younger generations. You know, there's a lot of talk about people that have been here for a long time. They've also raised children here. Those children may want to come back to this area, buy a house, rent a house, so on and so forth. But without multiple opportunities and options available, it's going to be very hard for those people to return. And for the people that want to live here and work near this area or the hospital, they also need the opportunity for housing. So I think this project is a really unique opportunity to create that opportunity for people. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Jackie Yerlow, followed by Janice Lee. Jackie? Okay, is Janice Lee in the room with us? Yes. Thank you. Following Janice will be Pieta Van Dyk.
It's a long walk from the back of the room.
It's a room up front.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Janice Lee. I currently live in the Elk Lake area, but I grew up at 7494 East Saanich Road. One house from Hovey Road. I knew all the people that lived along Hovey and along East Saanich in my area. My parents lived at that location for 50 years. I remember how excited my mom was when they built the Legion Manor. She said, "Even if I get dementia, I will remember where I live." That's a joke. My parents in their later years planned to age at home until suddenly they couldn't. My dad's health challenge no longer allowed him to look after the property, and the house was put up for sale. It sold so quickly that it left them unhoused. They had the forethought to register for housing at Legion Manor, and they had already been on the waiting list for a year and a half, but there unfortunately was no suite available to them. It took an additional year of my parents going back and forth from my family's home to my sister's family's home before they were able to get a suite at Legion Manor. That's really just not acceptable. The need is great. When they did finally move into Legion Manor, they loved it. It's just my mom there now, but she's happy. She has lots of friends. She is so busy, I actually have to schedule a visit to go see her. Legion Manor has been a great member of the community, providing great service, and as a nonprofit, it gives excellent care for thousands of dollars less per month than a for-profit care home. With the completion of the official community plan in 2023, it may already be out of step with the more recent provincial mandates of housing and the most recent housing needs impact report, with a minimum of 1,117 units that must be completed and rented within this 5-year period. The concern at hand is perhaps, hopefully not, a short-sighted approach to the future needs of the community that will ultimately impact the resilience and the sustainability of the entire Saanich community. Residents are already experiencing the effect of the limited hours of Saanich Peninsula Hospital, business failures, closing of the bank, and the medical clinic. The existing wait list for Legion Manor is already several years and growing, and this is just unacceptable. With a high demographic of seniors in the area, I am frankly shocked that there isn't a more accepting attitude towards the Hovey Road project that aids in the secure housing for veterans, First Nations, and seniors, which many in the community could be accessing within years, not decades. Providing workforce housing to keep the hospital and businesses open, and some low-income housing which is desperately needed. I am highly in favor of this project. Mayor and Council, I appreciate the difficult task that you have and the decision before you. There are many valid points of view here. Please consider the future needs of the community and not just the current needs. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Peter, who's right there, followed by Lori Morgan.
Your Worship, Council, it's Peter Van Dyke. I'm at 7701 Central Saanich Road in Saanich. And I'm opposed to the rezoning request for a number of reasons. One is the overall massing. It's It's overly large for this small residential neighborhood, and there is no transition between the high density and the low density. Earlier this week in the Times Colonist, there was a rendering of this proposal, provided, I'm sure, by the proponent. I hesitate to call it an architectural rendering because I have no evidence that an architect had any involvement with that drawing, which is, I'll just say plain, very plain, but it's a very good drawing because it showed me clearly the effect of the variances to the setbacks. The building is very close to both East Saanich and Hovey, to the extent that all the trees are gone from East Saanich. It's too close to the road. With regard to the two buildings that are proposed, I have no problem with the Legion Manor rezoning in that area. I have two concerns though, and one was brought up, and I'm glad that the fellow previous speaker talked about the one stairwell. You may know or may not know that the housing minister, for a reason that I can speculate in my own mind but I can't say out loud today, chose to relax the building code so that a 4-story frame building can have only one stairwell, which I think is unsafe for able-bodied people. The developer had a choice to put in 2 stairwells. I don't think an extra stairwell is all that expensive when you're trying to provide a safe building for seniors, but for whatever reason, there's only one, and it's not safe. The other thing that I have a concern about is, I'm moving away from that, it's about the
No, I'm actually going to interrupt you because I'm hearing noise in the background.
Oh.
And I'm asking people if you are making comments. I thought I heard a few words coming out, so I just wanted to remind people to not do that. Please continue.
Okay. With regard to the site, if the Legion Manor proposed building was at the west end of the property, I would be in favor of rezoning that part. And I've spoken to Hovey neighbors who would also speak in favor of that if it was along East Saanich Road. The problem that I have is with the market housing building. We know that there will be 13 units that will be affordable, but the rest will be market rates, which we know for 2, 3, 4 bedroom, well, there's only 3 bedrooms, will be in the neighborhood of $2,000 a month. We do not have a shortage of rental accommodation in that range. We have a building next to Thrifty's, which constantly has a vacancy sign, and they are offering bonuses, free month's rent. People are not offering to move in there. It's too expensive. There's a building in Marigold, I thought it was empty because it was unfinished, but it's been finished for quite a while. They can't find people to move in to rent or buy those units. There is plenty of available rentals. We don't need more at that rate. So back to Legion Manor, and I'm not going to talk about the history before this proposal, but you'll recall at the early stages back in October that one of the representatives said that that property is currently underutilized. And I agree with that. And I think I would love to see densification of that lot, and I would support it. It has struck me as a supreme irony that we're talking about rezoning, but there is 5.5 acres already zoned for the use that they want to have, and it has not yet happened. One other, just the final thing I want to talk about is parking. I had a look at the parking variances that were requested, and I looked at the amount of variance that they're asking for the residential units, and the number was 120. And I couldn't believe it. Like, I thought that is a huge number, so I looked again, and I realized I looked at the wrong line, because there's another line that talks about the required visitor parking. And when you add that in, they're short 148 parking spots. They are only going to provide less than 1 parking spot for each unit. And with the amount that they're asking for rent, each of those units, I'm pretty sure, will be either a couple or roommates, and each of them will have a car. There is a bus on the street, a bus route along there, but unless one of those people has a job right on the peninsula, that's not going to get them to work. It takes over an hour to get into into Victoria Saanich if you take the bus. If you work in Langford or the Western Communities, it's an hour and a half or more. Each of those units will have 2 cars. Where are they going to go? 148 cars. When I went down to the street the other day, I saw a lot of cars there, and I thought it was because there were news interviews going on, but I was told, oh no, it's a regular thing. This overflow parking from people going to Legion Manor, and it's overflow parking from people going to the Prosser Road and Aurora Building. So we already have a parking overload problem. They can't park along East Saanich. Where are they going to park? So in the unknown period of time that you folks are going to be considering your decision here, I would like you to remember 3 numbers. 1 stairwell, $2,000 plus rent, and 148 cars. So that's all I'm going to leave you to think about, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Next speaker is Lori Morgan, followed by Vince Cullen. Is Lori present? Okay, moving on. Vince Cullen. Seeing nobody moving in the room, the next speaker is Sharon Glenn, followed by Vince Blankenberg.
All right, now I know some of the last speakers, some previous speakers could not be heard very well, so I want to make sure I can be heard. Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the Legion, public, and staff. My name is Sharon Glenn, and I live at 172740 Sayo Road in Central Saanich. I'm here this evening to state my strong opposition to this development project. I would also like to state my strong support of veterans. My father served in the Korean War, and as a doctor, he saw the sacrifices made by many. He was a member of the Legion. I very much support Legion housing. Nonprofit seniors housing is exactly what our community needs. But as a former city prosecutor in Halifax, I also believe in the rule of law. I believe that it must be followed, and when it isn't, conflicts arise, wars arise, and in this case, a highly divided, controversial, ugly conflict between citizens, veterans, politicians. So in this case, what is the law? Well, the law is our official community plan. The Local Government Act states that, quote, all bylaws and works undertaken by council must be consistent with the OCP. As the last OCP was adopted in 2008, this process was very thorough and inclusive. I read a great deal about it. First, there was an advisory committee established, and then there were 4 phases. I spoke to a committee member, Karen Denny-Smythe. She said they met once a month for 2 years on Zoom with a paid consultant from Vancouver, and that was all volunteer time. There were community surveys, workbooks, public meetings, meetings with the mayor. There were reports, what we heard, terms of reference, interim report, final report. Who participated? There were residents, business owners, property owners, renters, community organizations, institutional stakeholders, local First Nations, ministries from other levels of government. It was obviously very in-depth. In April 2023, it was adopted. It took 3 years. It cost $227,000 of taxpayers' money. 7 weeks later, this developer applied to change it. How important is the OCP? As many speakers have stated, but I will repeat, quote, "The official community plan is one of Central Saanach's most important documents. It presents a long-term vision for the community, setting out objectives and policies that guide decisions on planning and land use." And in section 3.1, the land use plan, quote, "Managing growth and development through land use planning is perhaps the most important role of an official community plan." Does this development meet the OCP test? The zoning, it's a residential neighborhood and residential corridor zone. This development calls for a change to multi-unit residential. There are 2 multi-unit high-density buildings, 187 units in total, upwards of 300 new residents on the street. I would call that a fail. Roadway, the OCP states that highest density and intensity of redevelopment should be oriented towards the major roadways. Hovey Road is not a major roadway. I call that a fail. Sensitive. The OCP states throughout that development must be sensitive. In fact, this word is used 6 times. The district supports new development that is sensitive to its surrounding neighborhood. The district supports increased density that is sensitive to existing neighbors. The OCP encourages innovative and site-sensitive housing. It must demonstrate a sensitive response to the site and its context. No, it is not a sensitive development. It's completely insensitive. It does not fit within this neighborhood context in any way, shape, or form. Trees, the retention of trees is very important. Almost all of the mature trees will be cut down. Orphaned house, redevelopment should avoid resulting in an orphaned single detached property. That's a fail. Sensitive transition to adjacent single detached homes must be considered. That's a fail. Stepping down of stories further away from village centers, that's a fail. Seniors affordable housing, yes, that is a pass, and that is a very important pass. But let's also look at the other policy consideration of affordable housing. The large market building of 130 units, that's more than twice what the veterans housing would be. It's required by a district law to have 10% affordable rentals, so 13 units. But this is only for a period of 10 years. I've only heard one other speaker mentioning this so far. That's very important. There are 2 important considerations here. The developer can apply to council to have the affordable component removed. That is exactly what happened in Victoria, a Foul Bay development by the same developer. And council agreed. The developer quoted rising costs. Can this happen again? Yes. What do these affordable units look like? In the very most recent example, the new rental on Marigold Lands, the Bella Vista, is a very good example. They are supposed to have 8 affordable units. All are tiny studio bachelor suites of 444 square feet. The rent is $1,366 per month plus parking, so about $1,500 per month. There's no 1 bedrooms, no 2 bedrooms, no 3 bedrooms in the affordable housing component. So much for affordable housing for families. So I'm going to give that one a grade of 50% pass, 50% fail. Rentals for workforce, healthcare workers, and families, the OCP policy. The rest of the units can be rented out at any rate. Rentals in this area range from $2,500, which is more than the previous speaker mentioned, but I've checked this very closely. Again, using the Bella Vista as an example, the studio would be 444 square feet. The rent is about $1,971 a month. So if you look at affordable housing definition by CMHC, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Association, 30% of income is considered affordable housing. So for the studio, you'd require over $78,000 a year. For a 1 bedroom of 592 square feet, you would require $97,000, and the rent there ranges from almost $2,500. A 2 bedroom, not much bigger, at $115,000 would require to pay for the rent. That rent is $2,800 to over $3,000 per month. And the 3-bedroom comes in at a whopping $3,320 per month after tax income, $132,800. Is this affordable for working families? Yes, if they have professional or higher end incomes. Very much a no if they don't. What does a hospital maintenance or kitchen worker earn? In fact, I spoke with the hospital foundation, and she said that's one of the reasons that they have problems getting these kinds of workers, is because they cannot afford the rents out here. What does a server in a coffee shop earn, or a retail worker earn, or an Amazon driver earn? Probably from minimum wage to perhaps $23 an hour, maybe a little bit more. They cannot afford those rents. So also in this regard, it's very important. I have to take a drink of water. Whoops. It's important to note that the developer has made certain claims. The claims that the rental building is housing for healthcare workers and central Saanich workforce are not true. Arise has made these claims in their proposals to council, on their website, in their interviews with the media, even stating that there might be a shuttle bus to the hospital. So let's have a closer look at these. The developer said they're working with the Peninsula Hospital and Healthcare Foundation, but in fact they have no agreement, formal or informal, with them. I spoke to the communications staff from the foundation. She confirmed that. That was also confirmed in a newspaper report. The developer will contact the foundation and offer healthcare workers the units 1 month prior to opening for the general public. This is their so-called right of first refusal. I call that nonsense. That does not qualify as building housing for healthcare workers, which is the OCP test. I call that a fail. The same is true for the developer's claim that this is workforce housing. There's nothing to support this. So how does Arise do on this? Does it pass the OCP test? They get 1 passing mark for the seniors housing and 1 pass-fail mark and 9 failing marks. If I was a teacher, I would tell the student, go home, do your homework, and come back when you're serious about this test. My question is, why did the planners not tell the developer to go home and do their homework? My view is that this development should never, ever have passed the starting line. I cannot conceive how this ill-informed plan ever got the stamp of approval from the planning department and then council. As much as the public wants to see affordable seniors housing, the Legion should have been advised to come back with a better plan, one that fits within our law, the OCP. By allowing this application to reach this point, council has divided the public, and it has turned into an ugly shouting match. I have seen very angry Facebook posts. I have seen the threats issued by the developer and Legion in their full-page, expensive newspaper ads, and I've seen the pressure tactics by our MP Elizabeth May, our new MLA Rob Bottrell, and our housing minister to interfere in municipal matters. It is up to the people of Central Saanich, through their council, to decide this. Now I'd like to speak about the petition. I have been very involved with the petition. Over 415 people have signed. Every single person lives in Central Saanich. We worked diligently with your very helpful staff to ensure that all signatures were valid. The petition asks this council to deny this application and to abide by the OCP, and that any future amendments to the OCP should be considered by a public input. The hundreds of supporters that we reached in a short period of time, I believe, represents a much greater number, and the opposition to this proposal is great. The majority have learned about it by going to our website. We have endeavored to keep our website factual, and the content was produced with people very knowledgeable in municipal affairs. It is also important that most people had the time to review facts and look at other sources before signing the petition. Also extremely important is that the opposition is widespread among most areas of Central Saanich. It is not just the local neighborhood. People are very concerned. They see this as a dangerous precedent for what could happen. In conclusion, we know that we have not only met, but vastly exceeded our housing targets. Affordable housing has been approved and more is being built in this community, for example, on Verdier Avenue. That is what we need, publicly funded affordable housing. We do not need more housing from private developers. With a price tag out of reach for many people, that will never solve the housing crisis. Let's support the Legion Manor by council and citizens, working with them to find a more appropriate home for the residents. And please respect the OCP. Keep in mind that the official community plan is just that. It is an official plan. It is not a community wish list. Take the right moral and legal action and reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Just a point of information, there is bits and pieces of a petition in the agenda package. Is this the agenda package to which the speaker is referring?
I believe so, yes. It was also included. It has been received, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Vince Blankenberg, followed by Jackie. I apologize, I missed your last name. Yorlo.
Well, you did good with my last name, so. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vince Blankenberg, Wallace Drive, Brentwood Bay. Our family has called Central Saanich home for 24 years. First, I'd like to express my support for building housing, as many of you know from our efforts to streamline and encourage the construction of legal secondary suites. These suites provide rental housing and support aging in place using existing inventory of single-family homes like the ones on Hovey Road. Yesterday and tonight, I've heard many valuable comments, including those from veterans, which I appreciated. My father also served in the military. Tonight, I'll keep my remarks pertaining to the OCP and development application brief and focus on 4 key points. 1, support for housing and our existing OCP. I agree that higher density housing is needed in future. However, in areas already identified in the official community plan and zoned for such development. This includes areas like Saanich Village Center and the Legion Manor's existing 5.5 acre property, which could be developed to provide housing for seniors and low-income options. Number 2, review of development applications. When considering any development application, Council typically evaluates 2 factors. Does the proposed align with the OCP and zoning? Does it negatively impact neighbors? Before making a final decision, I urge you to consider the large volume of objections received from residents through letters, petitions, and speakers since this proposal was first introduced. Number 3, the BC government's OCP definition. The OCP is a long-term vision created through community dialogue, outlining policies that guide planning, land use, and development. This vision should inform Council's decisions. And number 4, Council's obligation to residents. In 2024, Central Saanich homeowners paid $22 million in property taxes, which fund your salaries. As stewards of public funds, you have a responsibility to ensure that development decisions align with the OCP and reflect residents' input who helped create it. In closing, if you haven't already, I encourage you to take the time to walk through the Hovey Road residential neighborhood. With its mature trees, before voting on whether to preserve or destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Jackie Yurlow, followed by Don Evans.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jackie Yorlow, and I live at 6552 Torrin Road in Brentwood Bay. And yes, I am aware that is in the opposite southwestern end of central Saanich and quite a ways away from the Hovey Road project. But I grew up just a few blocks from here, and my parents still live in the neighborhood where we moved to in 1970 when we immigrated to Canada. I have lived in the Greater Victoria area for the last 55 years, excluding 2 years of international sabbaticals, and for 45 of those in central Saanich. I was raised and graduated from SD 63 schools, and all 3 of my adult children attended central Saanich schools, participated in sports activities at Centennial Park, and had the blessing of growing up in this safe community. However, none of them can afford to live here unless they continue to live with my husband and I. I know change is difficult, and I have seen many changes in central Saanich. Some in hindsight might have been better, but most have enriched this community that approximately 17,800 of us now call home. One of those changes I remember was returning from a sabbatical in June 1978, my father's sabbatical, to find the orchards and sheep farms that lined the southern part of Stelly's Crossroad gone, and to find and have them replaced by brand new houses and a growing subdivision. Wow, was that a change. But with it brought new families, a wider community, opportunities for me to babysit, and of course more children to populate our schools and taxpayers to fund our growing community. Change is always difficult, but when approached with an open mind, it can create an expanded, vibrant, and diverse community. In case you have not determined yet, I want to advise you that I am standing here asking for your support of the Hovey Road, presenting my support as presented. I have a variety of reasons. Of the reasons why I support this is because if central Saanich does not build up, then our only option is to build out onto ALR land that we need to keep agricultural and as in much food production as possible. The second reason is to ensure we have a continuing supply of appropriate, secure, and diverse housing for a growing and diverse population. We need housing to ensure our youth can move into the community where they grew up, if they so choose, to then grow and support this wonderful community with their tax dollars, their volunteer support for Little League and lacrosse and hockey and soccer, and the Central Saanich Lions and the Rotary and our heritage and recreation societies and our wonderful schools, and perhaps even serve on council. You may have noticed I said appropriate housing. This means for our seniors who built this community with their hard work, their tax dollars, and their community building volunteerism. Housing they can afford, because not all of them have benefited from the somewhat obscene growth in value of real estate and have finite amounts of funds to see them through for the rest of their lives. Housing for our workers who look after us in the restaurants and shops in Central Saanich and the wider Saanich Peninsula. For the staff who clean our schools and hospitals. For the childcare workers who look after the kids before, during, and after school, for the nurses and tradespeople that work for the companies along Keating Cross Road. All of these are people that each of us know in some way. One of the councillors last night said that nobody was speaking to the situation at hand about the project to help them make a decision, and I'm hoping these comments will resonate with you. The official community plan is a living document that must change to address the needs of our changing community. That change may not only come at the formal process, but throughout its time. The Hovey Road project is within the urban containment boundary and does not spread in any way into agricultural land, nor will it impact the ability for food production in the neighboring ALR properties. The project is appropriate for the area because it is contiguous to an already existing multi-family development. The project is appropriate because it leverages the existing services, staff, buildings, and programs available at the Legion Manor for additional seniors, therefore making it a financially feasible project and affordable for tenants. The project is appropriate because it is located in close proximity to other multifamily buildings on East Saanich Road. The project is appropriate because it is walkable, defined as between 23 and 30 minutes to the village core. A further lot length in location from the existing Legion Manor doesn't make the development unwalkable from the next door buildings. This supports a healthy and sustainable community that Central Saanich is working for. The project is appropriate because it will provide a mix of different types of housing in the purpose-built rental building. Not just bachelor suites, but family-sized, a part of community building for Central Saanich. The project is appropriate because the developer has listened to the responses of council, Central Saanich staff, and many neighbors to relocate access to the purpose-built rental building, increase parking allocations, reduce scale, and shift location to ameliorate the impact on the remaining neighbors. The project is appropriate because it is located less than 2 blocks from our municipality's jewel of a park, Centennial Park, where families and seniors can enjoy baseball, soccer, lawn bowling, lacrosse, and more. A healthy community, which Central Saanich Council supports. The project is appropriate because this portion of Saanich is undergoing further change in the near future with the relocation of our City Hall, a defining change that will happen over the next 2+ years. The project is appropriate because it does not leave an orphaned home. The home located in the ALR was always going to be separate and individual because it is outside of the urban containment boundary and in ALR designated land. The only option for it is to stay as it is or to move back to producing agricultural land. That is no different from when the current owners originally purchased it. The project is appropriate because it builds for Central Saanich's future. Just because we've met the municipality's expectations and the province's requirements for new housing starts doesn't mean the work, our work and your work is done. Why settle for meeting the minimum when instead Central Saanich could continue to set a gold standard? And we all know building takes time, and these housings won't be available in 2025, but in 2026 and 2027. The project is appropriate because it is a joint venture between a for-profit developer and non-profit housing providers. Yes, for-profit, because that is the only way that housing can be developed, because our municipality needs to stay in the business of governance and infrastructure maintenance and protection. I personally do not want you to get into the housing industry. I want my council to be independent and to hold this developer to their commitments on the project. But it needs to be a project that can be profitable for them as well. That is appropriate. The project is appropriate because it is a gem, the words of an expert in nonprofit housing, of a project that will enhance the wider community beyond Hovey and East Saanich roads and allow current residents and new residents to live and support this place we all call home. I want to say thank you so much for giving me the time to voice my opinions, but I also want to say thank you for changing your decision and choosing to hold this public hearing. You are here and listening to what the community has to say, and you have to sometimes discern between the emotion and the pain of change to find the right path for a future and not just the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak. Oh, you know what? It is 1 hour. It's at the 8 o'clock mark, so I'm just making sure all members of the council are going to continue. 3 minutes? Should we continue? Okay, Councillor Thompson, we're going to continue, and then that's fine. Okay.
Thank you. Don Evans, I assume. Thank you. And then following that will be Valerie Forsland, I'm guessing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Don Evans. I live at 1015 Pandora in Avenue in Victoria, and I'm also speaking on as a member of Broadview United Church in Saanich at 3703 St. Aidan's Road. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Renewal Society of the United Church of Canada, and my job is to develop affordable housing across the province. And I'd like to speak in favor of this project. I know that the OCP is a document that municipalities follow. They do get amended. They do get amended when there's great opportunities come forward, and if it's addressing a great need in the community. I was at an open house of a municipality on the Lower Mainland last month, and the municipality was holding the open house so that they could get some feedback, so they could actually change the OCP before we made our application for the zoning. So they were being proactive in trying to address, because we were building seniors housing, and they were trying to make sure that they could include that in their OCP. So I see this as a great opportunity for the community that's addressing vulnerable populations. You know, we have a great need in the CRD, whether it's people experiencing homelessness, Indigenous populations, youth aging out of care, seniors, and veterans. And this is certainly addressing some of those populations. I know how hard it is to develop affordable housing in the community. And I can understand why the original plan had 6 stories, because that's often, you know, you need 6 stories in order for projects to be feasible. I commend Arise for being able to bring that height down, to be able to get a viable project with only 4 stories. We've actually partnered with Arise on a development in Victoria, and it's been a very positive experience. We find them very professional, and they've got a great reputation. You know, there could be, you know, a small impact on a small number of residents, but I think that this opportunity is so good that I hope that the council can approve it and provide the housing for these vulnerable populations that are in need. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Valerie Forsland, followed by Grant Gaynor. Is Valerie with us tonight? No, Valerie? Grant Gaynor. Nope. Okay. No Grant, no Valerie. Next is Carl Jensen, followed by Sharon McIntyre.
Good evening, Mayor Windsor, members of council, staff. It's good to be back in front of you. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm grateful to be joining you tonight as an uninvited settler on these beautiful lands of the Tsimshian-speaking people, which today includes the Tsartlip, Sayot, Pakachin, and Sakem First Nations. I'd like to acknowledge that developments of this size and scope only come around once per term in my experience. Oh, I forgot to mention, former councillor in Central Saanich for about 11 glorious years. And no, I will not be seeking re-election in 2026. Let's talk a little bit about this proposal. In my last term, we had an opportunity to vote on the Marigold proposal, and that was a chance for us as a council to demonstrate a commitment to trying to deal with the housing crisis that we are seeing, not only in Central Saanich, but across the greater region. And when we talk about a development of this scale, this is your opportunity. 187 rental units for the community, focusing on seniors, veterans, healthcare workers, and workers as well, in a location that is walking distance from the hospital as well as Saanich. Now, I'd like to address some of the comments that have been made. First of all, increased traffic in Central Saanich. I'm sorry to say, but 6 cars lined up at the Prairie Inn at 4 p.m. is not traffic. There's places where we can see much more dire traffic, and I'm fairly certain with the ALR prohibitions, we're not going to get to the levels of traffic that are referenced in most of our lifetimes anytime soon. Talk about increased street parking. Well, in my opinion, right now we allow homeowners to park on the street. Why wouldn't we allow residents here as well? Bylaws require homeowners to have parking on site for their homes, but I routinely walk by houses where the driveways are full of cars, RVs, boats, and they're parking on the street. So in my opinion, I don't think that should be something we should be preventing this development because of. Just getting all fired up here. As for the comments about that we don't need housing in central Saanich, well, I don't think we need to look far to see the effects of homelessness, not only here in central Saanich, but beyond. A speaker earlier referenced the homeless situation on Pandora Street. You walk downtown Victoria, it's 7:30 in the morning. It's not just Pandora. It's Pandora, it's Yates, it's Douglas, it's the park that I walk through to get to my office. It's everywhere. And to say there's no pressing need, well, even if we've met targets here, what about the greater good? What about the compassion that we have an opportunity to show, not only for our community, but what about our neighboring communities? These are communities that we as Central Saanich residents will use for services. We have friends in these communities we go see. So why are we not paying a little bit more attention to the broader good we can do? There's been a lot of talk about sufficient rental quantities now. Well, let's keep building that quantity. Let's keep building that supply, because maybe then there's a chance where it starts to catch up to that demand. And the economics dictate that the prices will come down. That's how we're going to deal with this. And I agree that this situation of this development might not immediately help that person on Pandora Street. But if we take a systemic approach to the broader issue, we can start to raise those numbers and recognize that, you know what, we were quoted as the municipality that is punching above its weight in terms of what we're doing for housing. But you know what? Let's help out the other municipalities as well, because clearly the issue isn't going away anytime soon. Now, there's been a little bit of talk tonight about the OCP and its nature as a living document, and a document that can be amended to meet the varying needs of the community. I'm pretty sure the last OCP didn't predict anything about a global pandemic. Well, guess what? Things change. The environment changes. The society changes. We have to evolve to meet the changing dynamics and diversity of not only Central Saanich, but this region as a whole. I'd like to draw our attention to something that I haven't heard much talk about over the last couple of nights, your 2024 to 2027 strategic plan. Maybe that's a document we should be talking a little bit more about, because that's the tactical document that you as a council created at the start of your term. That's your legacy in terms of what you look to set out and achieve during your 4 years in office. Let's look at that, where you have identified a priority on there, your second priority, and I quote, expand the supply of affordable, attainable, and rental housing. Within that, there are two goals to help you achieve that priority. First, support and encourage development proposals that expand housing diversity, including purpose-built rental and legal suites. And second, pursue partnerships with housing providers and government agencies to deliver affordable housing and amenities. This project is an opportunity to help you with two of the goals that can help you move that priority forward, so that when you get to the end of your term next year, you can look back and say, what have we done in terms of achieving those strategic objectives? In conclusion, I would like to add, to remember and give some thought to, I'm not going to quote from it, but there's a TC article from October of 2022 where each of you were asked, what do you stand for? And all but one of you mentioned housing. So just remember that, and I'm going to encourage people in the audience to check that out as well. One of you didn't have to worry about an election in 2022, but there's a 2013 PNR article where you make some pretty favorable comments about housing as well. So at this point, I would say you have an opportunity in front of you, Mayor and Council, to see what you want to do about housing, and as has been described before, We may be crushing our target so far in central Saanich, but you know what? Let's look out for our neighbors, because as you'll find out the minute you leave central Saanich, things may be great here, but they're not as positive everywhere else. Thank you for your time tonight, Mayor and Council.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Our next speaker is Sharon McIntyre, followed by Aaron Acker, who will be online.
All right, so my name is Sharon McIntyre. I live in Saanich Village on Seaboard Crescent. I grew up here. I went to Quadra Elementary, and as I've lived all over the world in village settings like this and also very large cities, of all the places I could have chosen to move to, I chose Saanich Village when I decided to come back to the island and buy about 8 years ago. And I studied out at Royal Roads. I got my doctorate there, and I'm currently a professor out there. And this type of project, I don't think anyone has talked about sort of the attractiveness of moving here. The type of densification and planning and thoughtfulness that I saw from council and staff around very creative things that you normally only see in much larger municipalities, like cottages and driveways that allow people to go into sort of laneway type homes, and getting illegal suites up to speed and really working on that. I was just very impressed by the forward thinking, and attended, before I bought a home here, attended a couple of council meetings and listened, and I said, this is the type of place that I like to live. And so I've moved here, I've invested in a home, I've renovated the home to the studs. I volunteer in this community. I volunteer at the public health unit next to Sanpen Hospital. And as has been spoken about eloquently, and I won't repeat, but the number of people that drive in from Souk, who are the cleaners and the community health nurses and the administrators, and the minute they can find a job that they don't have to commute from Souk or from Langford, they're off, and we've lost someone in that community. And it's been a great experience to volunteer there. So I'm in 100% support of not only the amendment to the OCP and this project, but actually to the process that I've followed as it's gone along, and I've participated in some of the feedback that we were able to give. And a diverse, denser, sustainable community that does think about the future is the type of place that I want to live. And I think Central Saanich and the little village of Saanichton, and it wasn't just Central Saanich I wanted to move to, like Saanichton Village was my #1 on my list when I decided where I wanted to invest in a home. And so, but because of the situation that we have where people can't find homes, I was speaking with someone the other day that I've been talking to folks at Sanpen Hospital about opening up my home to have, rooms for people to stay who are going through on rotation at the hospital. They can't find anywhere to stay. And hopefully other people will start to think about doing that and opening up their homes the way we might do for an international student or something like that, because we're certainly not going to have enough people to service those communities. And lastly, I would caution, many people have been eloquent. The lady in the yellow who spoke could have written many of my thoughts that I wrote down, so I'll echo many of the things that she said about how difficult change is. But I'll just say that I hope this is the first of many innovative projects, and that people start to look at Central Saanich and look at the Saanichton area as a beacon of what is possible when instead of NIMBY, we do the YIMBY, and say, and more people show up to give their voice and to come up with solutions and to volunteer. By the way, I did also work for the housing department in CMHC numbers of years ago, so I've participated in these types of projects, and I've actually held these types of hearings. And I thought that the amount of information, the presentation, the flexibility of both council staff and the developer is world class. So I would hope that this project is able to go forward. That's it.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Aaron, who just turned his camera on, followed by Roderick Darker in the room.
Just want to start by saying good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Aaron Acker-Kavalkanchi. I live on 1425 Hamilton Road in Victoria, and I am a researcher at the Community Social Planning Council of Greater Victoria. I'm here tonight to read a statement from Dr. Shelley Cook, Executive Director of the Community Social Planning Council of Greater Victoria, who unfortunately was unable to be here tonight. She was, however, at the 2 previous public hearings and was unable to address the Mayor and Council about the importance of this project. So I'm following up just on behalf of Dr. Cook and the Council. The Community Social Planning Council of Greater Victoria is a regional organization on the front line of the housing crisis through our programs like the Greater Victoria Rent Bank, our rent supplements, and our housing and homelessness research, including the point-in-time homelessness count for the Capital Regional District. The availability of adequate, suitable, and affordable housing is vital to the health of a community. But we, unfortunately, are in a housing crisis. So what does this mean? It means that seniors, families, and people trying to work and earn a living cannot find housing that is adequate, in good repair, suitable, the right size, and affordable, not spending more than 30% of their income on housing. The lack of affordable housing options is the top reason why people are leaving this area. It chokes communities, stifling their economic growth, diversity, and vibrancy. If you are still buffered from the reality of the housing market, you are among an ever-growing minority of people in the province. In the 2023 point-in-time homelessness count, 25% of the people surveyed were over the age of 55 years. That means that a quarter of the homeless population are seniors. The collaboration between the Legion Manor Victoria and Rise Developments aims to address our expanding housing gap and provide much-needed homes. By drawing on the expertise and resources of both the Legion Manor Victoria and Arise, this proposal offers both affordable market rental housing options geared towards serving diverse housing needs. The project will create 187 units of secured rental housing, of which 40% are substantially affordable housing for seniors, veterans, and local workers. The 2 proposed buildings are also strongly connected. There is no way to develop the seniors' housing without the market rental component in this project. And this is not unusual. This is usually how projects are often made to work. The 1934 Hovey Road development has already been reduced by 4 stories, leading to the loss of 10 homes for veterans and local workers. These units represent a real loss for real people. Developers, of course, could always do more, but I ask you, when have they finally done enough? Multiple revisions involving significant concessions, bringing forward an impressive suite of community amenities. Every day the project is delayed matters. I urge Council to support this amendment to realize these units as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. The next speaker is Roderick Darker in the room, followed by Joshua Steeper, also in the room. Sorry, it's Parker. Apologies.
I've been called worse. Sorry, I'm not short tonight. My name is Rod Parker. I own and operate a business with about 400 employees in the Keating District. I've lived in Central Saanich or in Saanich for the last 26 years. I currently live in Saanich. My family also lives in Central Saanich. I got my first kiss at Centennial Park. I also have read the OCP. In fact, I was on the OCP Advisory Committee. We had 2 great concerns when we started the OCP review. The first is that the OCP document would become weaponized like it has in this case. That was never the intent. The intent was to provide the best guidance we could and to listen to the residents of Central Saanich. We were never going to get it perfect. The flexibility that was inherent in the OCP document is necessary to give the councillors the voice that we've elected them to have to make the right choice in this decision. The second great debate we had in our OCP meetings was about the growth rate for Central Saanich. The document, as you'll see, sets it at around 1%. Doesn't seem like very much. When you take out the inherent growth on reserve lands, the number gets a little bit closer to 0. That would not be a growth rate, that would be stagnation. Even considering that, we still need to get 100 to 150 homes built every year in Central Saanich just to keep up with that growth. My great concern, if you don't approve this project, is that we will keep falling behind. These types of projects, with my limited construction experience, take 2 to 3 years to get built, never mind the time to get them to the ground. Do the councillors see another 350 to 450 units in the pipeline? If you don't see that and you can't answer, don't worry about it. We've got another 500 units coming in the next 2 years. I would strongly urge you to approve this development. Otherwise, you're sending a very, very big sign to the development community and to businesses like ours that Central Saanich is not in fact open for business, it's not in fact open for growth, and that developments like this, which have positive and negative connotations for the development and the residential community, should go somewhere else. Thanks very much.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Joshua Steeper in the room, followed by Samar Akurs online. Is Joshua with us? Oh, last call, okay. Samar online. Oh. Okay, we'll come back to them.
Yeah, sorry.
Andy LaFontaine is.
Hello? Hello? Good evening. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. My name is Samar Akori. I'm the general manager at Harbor City Kitchens. We are a local kitchen cabinet manufacturer located on Keating Crossroad. We've been proudly serving this region for 40 years, providing high quality cabinetry and supporting dozens of local jobs. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight because this project is not just another development. It is a solution to a challenge that businesses like ours are struggling with every day. Simply put, we cannot run a successful business without employees. And right now, finding and keeping skilled staff is harder than ever because of one major barrier: affordable housing. When my team members can't find a place to live nearby, they face long commutes, higher living costs, and ultimately, many are forced to leave for other communities. That means higher turnover, difficulty recruiting, and operational challenges that make it harder for businesses like ours to grow. This project, as part of the solution, it creates housing that allows employees, our community workforce, to live where they work. It means stability for our business, reduced turnover, and ultimately a stronger local economy. Beyond just hiring, this development supports the entire local economy. More residents living here means more shopping at local stores, eating at local restaurants, and using local services. It's a cycle that benefits every business, every employer, and every member of the community in Central Saanich. I urge the council to support this project, not just for the businesses struggling to find workers, but for the employees who want to live here, for the local economy that thrives on a strong workforce, and for the future of Central Saanich as a place where businesses and residents can succeed together. Again, my name is Samar. I'm the general manager at Harbor City Kitchens, and we're located at 2189 Keating Crossroad. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andy LaFontaine in the room, followed by Lindsay Mitchell. So in the room, perhaps. Andy? Nope. Lindsay Mitchell? Nope. Rod Ramirez? If feel like a teacher. Jagjit Danawa. My goodness. Jan James. Following that will be Matt Goss.
Be short because lots have spoke on the issues. How's that for hearing? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I realize we're mainly here to address you this evening. So I thank you for 2 evenings in a large community area so that many people could speak. I will say about me first. I am Jan James. I live at 7509 East Saanich Road, which is 2 doors from the redevelopment that's proposed. I worked at Saanich Peninsula Hospital for 20 years, out of which 10 of the first years I worked there, I drove from my rental at Beacon Hill Park to the hospital. 1974, the hospital opened and I started there, and there was limited rental ability to live out here. So I commuted it because I loved the hospital. It was a great place to work. And at today's gas prices, I would not have been able to work at Saanich Peninsula Hospital. Bus service meant catching the PCL and getting off at the highway and walking up to the hospital because there wasn't bus service. These are all the restrictions that were there that time that you had to work with, and you couldn't do shifts if you didn't have a car. So much has improved out here that it's made it easier and greater to work at the hospital, except for we're still short on that housing, and that's a problem. We had 3/4 of our staff at the hospital at that time who lived in the area that worked at the hospital. 8 of our doctors lived out here and lived out here. So I have a bias to older people and healthcare. I was raised by my great aunt at 8. She was 59 when she adopted me, so she taught me a lot about getting older, and she was very brave, I dare say. When I came and heard this application come up, I had to listen to it very carefully. It was not a proposal that I expected to see come forward. It was a proposal, had 130 rental units come to the corner of East Saanich Road 4 years ago. I might have a different take on it than I do today. A longtime resident, Margaret Jessico, passed away in 2022. And for about a year, the family worked through the house, and then the house went on the market, and it was next door to the Legion property. It was the first of the houses. It came up for sale. And Margaret and I spoke often about her friends that lived at the Legion, and my neighbors live at the Legion, and it's been something that's kept us all connected. We're all in the area. Her passing brought the sale of the home, and I knew then that something was going to change in this area. We have limited zoned land in our urban containment boundary, and I can say quite honestly, this is in the urban containment boundary that we're looking at. And that's part of the OCP. The rezoning from neighborhood residential to multi-residential in an urban containment boundary is in the OCP on page 113, that this area is part of that, as you well know. And this is what we're looking at, changing neighborhood, neighborhood to multi. You will be going through the same process with the municipal hall moving up on Hovey Road. There will be an OCP change, there'll be a change in zoning. The current property that we're in Saanich for the municipal hall will be going through a zoning change and an OCP change. That's something of the process. I read a report on the age-friendly plan that was put together by local seniors and with the work of Councillor Thompson and Councillor King. And it spoke to local older people and what was important and what they needed in this community. And aging and staying in the community was one of the most important, along with friends, being able to socialize, and not be isolated, not move to strange parts of town. It had an effect. I actually thought quite seriously about it because of this coming up. Many of the people in this community actually thought ahead and built the community, and that was in the 70s, and now some of us are all in our 70s and 80s. They had the wisdom back then to want an extended care hospital for their elderly in the middle of a farm field. It seems so bizarre now. That has now expanded and became Saanich Peninsula Hospital. They promoted and built an adult daycare center, Mount Newton Center. We can thank Ann Spicer for that, where an idea was to take down the old red barn and build something for the people. And the Mount Newton Center has been a wonderful thing. Our older people, they built the John Anderson building, and that was for our veterans and our families of the veterans. That's now known as the Legion. They thought ahead of their local community. Big decisions then brought big results now. When I look at the rental opportunities, we will require quite a few over the next 10 years. Secondary suites were not available in the 70s, and I commend Councillor King specifically for being a strong advocate for added housing with secondary suites. It has actually made a big difference. They were illegal, nobody had them, or nobody told them they had them. And it's causing a wonderful change. Secondary suites help with the finances of the person owning the house because they have another way of bringing in income, but it's also something different. It's a start for two families to look at a house with two parts to it, and younger people to move into a house with a secondary suite for two families to benefit. It's something no one thought about. They thought about older people having a place downstairs. It can be difficult to be a landlord in your aging years, and if you have problem tenants, we really don't have law and support to help those owners out. So many people that are older are reluctant to build their suites or to rent out their suites. But two young people can buy that place and probably work quite well toward building a home down the road because they'll have a little more money. I have a friend in Brentwood Bay who lost her spouse, would like to downsize, give her house to a wonderful younger family with her garden, and she wants to stay close to her friends. It's really important. She doesn't want to go to Langford or Victoria to rent a place. She wants to put her name in at the Legion, perhaps, if we're lucky, the new Legion. And then she would be quite happy to rent in the building next door to the Legion if she had to wait 2 years to get into the Legion housing, because she would sell her house and she would rent. That building actually has more than one purpose than hospital workers. It's an opportunity for also people to transition, stay in the community, and older people do rent places until something comes up. That's part of selling the house. That was really important to me because it supported community. I also have friends at Keating who would like to sell their home and the maintenance that goes with it. It has a legal suite, and they would love two young families to buy that house, and then they would like to age in place and look at the Legion or a rental unit, either one, but it frees up a house. So when we're looking at young people's housing, maybe those secondary suites have come up to a very important sport for us. The Legion has tried twice before to expand their housing. Once by the hospital that was not successful, and once over in the Brentwood heating area that was not successful. So they have honestly looked for other options that did not pan out. This one pans out wonderful. If I was looking at 130 houses on the corner, my interest would not be the same, because I'm greedy. I want more than just a development on the corner. I really do. I want to see something secondary. So what I was looking for is, can't we be a little more creative here? And this is. They became partners with the Legion. And then I started to make a list. The Legion has a chance to expand. And they couldn't buy those 5 lots if they came up, but they have a chance to expand a need that we have. We have a possibility for rental. Townhouses would be lovely, but we have a minimum amount of land that we can develop. We need to go up at least a certain amount. And this goes up the 4 stories, they've worked with it, and now we have a partnership. And when Hovey Road became too complicated for traffic for anybody to manage, Arise was willing to look at another partnership with the Legion to, can we work out a different exit onto East Saanich Road? That's kind of what I was looking for from developers. Let's get something that's good for everybody, and for the Legion, let's look at something that helps them. If you wish to downsize, stay in your community, we have to start supporting creative ideas. And this is actually, I thought, quite a good creative idea, and I was willing to support it for this. Now, the small cottages that are around the Legion have been spoken about getting rid of them. Why don't we build on the 5 acres the Legion has? They've got the land. And I understand that concept because it looks open and green, little houses there, a tower. But that's what makes the Legion special. People that leave their homes and move into a downsized to a smaller place that are elderly still want to be able to have green space. They want their park area to look out their window. They want to see that that's sort of a community area, not the towers together and no area. So this one solved it because the cottages are transitional to the main building, and a second main building still leaves an open space on that 5 acres, which I think is very important, that we don't tear down the cottages and just rebuild there. That land serves more than open space. It's the green space for the people that live in the Legion. So then I had to look at the road I lived on, and to my west, I have Centennial Park. And I have 3 houses that come down to East Saanich Road, approximately 6 people. And to my east, I have 4 houses. And then I'm at the AOR land. And the 4 houses are in the urban containment boundary. And then across the street, I have 5 houses that are part of this development. Now, I understand that when Janet and Bruce sold the property that Josie and Brian bought, it was in the ALR, and I was really reluctant to see if they were going to be applying to get the land removed from the ALR.
I'm going to.
And that was, I realized that, but I want to congratulate them that they did not do that. They kept that property in the ALR, and it is part of it, along with 4 other houses down on the ALR that makes the end of Hovey. I see that as a package, so I see that as an entrance almost to the farmland. I know they feel like an orphan house, but that's when you have a property with 2 buildings on both sides and you can't do anything with the middle. And that's what the OCP means by orphan. You don't block in a property, not that you have ALR around you in a development. And I have to say that because I keep hearing it moved around a lot. So I was happy someone held on to the ALR land, and they are not part of this development, nor can they be because they're not in the urban containment boundary. So I've thought a lot about the people that are. I've thought about my 3 people or my 6 people that live toward the park that goes up to the tennis courts. And I've thought about the 4 houses on the other side that is not involved in here. And they are going to be disrupted. They're going to hear the traffic. They're going to see the house construction come down. They're going to be looking at the noise. They're going to see trees removed, of which Margaret actually wanted to take 2 off her property before that house was sold. And it's going to be hard, but we cannot find a sensitive way to improve a neighborhood with more housing anywhere where we're not going to disrupt. So 12 people on Hovey, I feel badly that this is going to disrupt their lives. And the people that live toward the park and those 6 houses will also, because they're going to be looking at it. They looked at the Aurora being built, they looked at Proper Place being built, and it was disruptive, and that will happen. And then they will look at the municipal hall being built. So for me, it's a natural end of the Saanich area. I see a park, I see a municipal hall, there'll be a parcel of land still empty, there'll be the rental units and the AOR land. It almost like becomes a complete of the Saanich area. And on this side we have, of course, the AOR land and the AOR land. So this is not an uncomfortable idea to me to visualize. It seems very workable to me. And I think it brings everything. Council has been put in the middle of a very controversial proposal, but the controversial has also been in a municipality with 17,000 people. And I have a certain degree that will be directly affected in my 4 houses that will be disrupted. It will not be part of this. And on the other side. Now on my street here, I know that 2 of those houses have been on the market for $1.3 million and didn't sell, but will probably end up selling. They've already gone the market once, taken it off, and we'll see what happens. So I felt actually better that, you know, they may want to sell because they already had processed that. So what we have is we have protected the AOR lands because we're looking at development that is not going to touch our land, and we can continue to keep that land, which is extremely important to this municipality because it's getting more and more important to be the place with the AOR land. And it's going to get more important, and we have protected it, and you have protected it very stringently. So you've protected the land that ends at Hovey Road, and it ends with Brian and Josie's house being the first house going into the AOR, all the way down to Central Saanich Road, all the way to the hospital is our AOR land. You have focused on the urban containment boundary when you have looked at this, and this is within it. You've made good decisions about the density that could be available by the proposal, and I think you have fulfilled a large part of the OCP that I think is there for that purpose. Now, I'm just going to read one more quick thing that I did read initially right off the bat, if I can find it. Okay, there we go. I am so happy so many people have read the official community plan. That just pleased me. I've heard it mentioned so many times that people are actually looking at it because we actually have a really good one. You guys have worked really good, and I just think it's an excellent one because it gives a vision. General policy number 1, focus new residential and mixed-use residential commercial development within the urban containment boundary. You are doing that. This is in the urban containment boundary. You've developed a main corridor development. Development corridor, which is East Saanich Road. And there's a lot of building that has gone on up to the Prairie Inn all the way down. But these developments in the OCP require approval from council for these amendments and to the OCP. And that's actually why we're here tonight. Because the OCP says you have to actually have this to look at it and hear us. So you're doing what the instructions are in my mind. You've looked at the urban containment boundary, and it permits multi-level apartment buildings, townhouses, long-term care facilities in walkable ranges of retail, schools, parks, and public transit. This fits for me. It speaks to smaller multi-unit developments with moderate and higher density housing forms. That fits. It speaks to townhouses and apartments up to 4 stories in the urban containment boundary area. So yes, this will make changes to what exists there right now. You will be changing the zoning from neighborhood residential to multi-residential. But next door to this proposal, the Legion is multi-neighborhood resident, or is zoned for multi-residential. And across the street, we have the Aurora, and we have Prosser Park apartments. So we already have that zoning in place all around this corner. When these 5 houses came up, I know there's other options. There's smaller, there's townhouses, there's cute little houses to replace them, but we have limited land and we better use it well so that we don't have to expand into lands that we don't want to go. And a 4-story apartment on that corner, I'm okay with. And the fact that they made a partnership with the Legion is the only reason I'm okay with it. I had to see something more than just the development, and the Legion fit that perfectly because they had tried to expand. We need it. We need the housing for the older, and we also need the apartments. If not for my friend, the lady who wants to sell her house in Keating and live there till she can get in the Legion. It'll work, and I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to have in the community. And I appreciate you taking so much time to look at this because it's put you through a real test. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Matt Goss, followed by Jill Atke online.
Thank you for giving me the time to speak. Well, when I was asked to speak here, my name is Matt. I live at 651 Langford, Kestrel Ridge in Langford. When I was asked to speak, I kind of had a question of whether I had an appropriate thing to say. So I manage a business in Central Saanich. It's a series of solid waste management companies. So I asked the employees there if maybe there was somebody who's lived in Central Saanich and could speak on our behalf. What I found was the feedback from the employees, over 100 of whom work in our Central Saanich offices, was that 3/4 of them live outside of 20-kilometer range from our office here in Central Saanich. Most of them, the majority of those, live in the Langford area, as do I. Commuting because, anecdotally, as with myself, the cost of living is lower there. Something that came out of that conversation as well is beyond the people that live in the Langford area, outside of the 20-kilometer area, we're finding in the last 2 years a lot of increase in people commuting from Souk, as far away as Nanaimo, Cowichan, Lake Cowichan, and this is because of cost of living. It's cheaper, obviously, to live up there. So I just wanted to speak on behalf of them, because none of them wanted to come up here and do it. Just the final anecdote, really quickly. In the conversations, I didn't realize this at the time, in the conversations with the staff, one of the members who's one of our most tenured members that works for our company, she mentioned that she's been on the list for the Legion Manor for 3 years, in excess of 3 years now, and she's 65, just turned 65 last year. Her retirement is actually hinged on finding a space there because she's living with a family of hers now and doesn't want to stop working until she has that space that accommodates her needs for monetary, for what she can afford. So anyway, that was an interesting anecdote that came out of the speaking with the staff there. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go now to Jill Atke online, followed by Jazz Bear online.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I was there in person last night and unfortunately couldn't be back there this evening. My name is Jill Atke and I'm the CEO of BC Nonprofit Housing Association, which is the umbrella body for nonprofit housing providers throughout the province. We support the good work of our members like the South Vancouver Island Housing Society and Legion Manor, who are mission-driven organizations, mission-driven toward providing affordable homes on the island and particularly in the Saanich Peninsula. We are in strong support of the project at 1934 Hovey Road. I don't live in central Saanich, and I can appreciate that that probably won't sit well with some residents in the room tonight. I do, however, through my job, attend quite a few public hearings every year, including in my own neighborhood, that has seen significant rezonings for multifamily residential in place of single-family homes. So I do understand how difficult and divisive these issues can be. I also understand very well the feeling of knowing that we'll be the last family to live in our house and it'll come down when it's time for us to move on. Community growth and creating opportunities for housing for new and existing neighbors is a challenge that communities across the province are grappling with. I want to just take a quick moment to thank Mayor and Council for making the decision to bring this project forward to a public hearing. I do think it's really important. The types of homes proposed by Legion Manor and Arise are the most difficult types of homes to secure and build. And they also, probably for that very reason, feature strongly in your OCP as priority housing types. Rental housing for seniors, affordable below market housing, proposals that improve housing diversity, particularly those that allow people to remain in the community as they age, fully accessible and adaptable housing, and proposals designed for workforce housing. These are the most difficult homes to achieve because they typically require funding from senior levels of government to make them affordable. It's really important to understand that any funding attracted to the community from senior levels of government for these affordable homes, and I'm speaking particularly for the homes for seniors here, won't stay in the community if this project is turned down. It will go to another project put forward by another nonprofit in someone else's community. So to put a bit of a finer point on it, turning down this project will make it more difficult for Central Saanich to realize the goals of your official community plan. As we all know, there is currently not enough funding available from senior levels of government to solve the housing challenges that persist right across the province. And that's why partnerships with the private sector are encouraged, play such a critical role in providing solutions to our housing challenges. I know it's really easy to beat up on the private sector, but regardless of whether you live in social housing, public housing, a single family house, or you own a condo, the private sector has built all of it. What's more, the homes we all live in today, regardless of the form of housing, were opposed by people in the community before they were built. So what matters to us at the association and to nonprofits at the end of the day is the ownership of the building and the ownership of the land. So in my work, I have seen the full range of private nonprofit partnerships. We've seen some very, very bad deals, and we've seen some very, very good ones. And I can tell you that this is a very, very good one. And that's because the ownership of the buildings and the ownership of the land for the seniors' housing will rest with the nonprofit. That means that they'll be able to refinance that building for significant repairs in the future, as they've done on other buildings, meaning that the homes remain in good condition, or with time, they will be able to refinance for future developments in the region, as we've seen other nonprofits do. And that's really an important way to reduce reliance on funding from senior levels of government over time. So looking at the update to Central Saanach's Housing Needs Report, it's clear you've made very good progress on recent completions. Of course, that was only possible because of approvals from a number of years ago. So homes can only be completed if they're approved. But of course, people can only live in homes that are completed. We can't live in approvals. So taking a closer look at approvals since the housing targets took effect, there are 0 approved rezoning applications, 0 in the development permit stage, 0 in the building permit stage, for a total of 0 approvals of below market rental. And that's exactly what this project is trying to fulfill. So approving the Hovey Road project will allow you to make progress on the much needed completions several years down the road, and the impact will be felt well beyond. In many years, the new Legion Manor building will be home to babies just being born in the community today. What an incredible legacy to leave. I'll close with just a reminder that regular polling shows British Columbians consistently rank affordable housing amongst their top issues in municipal elections. And more recently, polling we conducted tells us that more than 80% of people in communities across this province, including in Central Saanich, think that increasing nonprofit and co-op housing is very important, even if that's not always what gets reflected at a public hearing. So I thank you for allowing an outsider to come and address you tonight. And I thank you for, again, for ensuring that this public hearing could happen and having an opportunity to speak with you this evening.
Thank you, Jill. The last speaker before I hope perhaps for a break is going to be Mavis Underwood.
Guess everybody else is sore in the bum too. I just really want to say thank you, Central Saanich, Mayor and Council, for allowing this public hearing to take place. I'd like to thank the residents, community members, the employers coming forward, because you're supporting community in the best possible way. And I think that that's something that I know as an Indigenous First Nations person, I've embraced certain kinds of change.
Mavis?
Yeah. Do you want the microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
if you could. The official stance is that it has to be an address to mayor and council, so you actually have to face
Sorry, what?
I
have to speak to you?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, there's a camera over there. I can speak.
Culturally, I respect what you're doing because I know you so well.
Yeah.
But it is required to be.
Well, I don't like to have my back to people.
I know.
I
appreciate
that's
that.
rude.
I know.
But sorry.
They understand, Mavis.
Anyway, I think this is really an important initiative. As an Indigenous First Nations woman, I know how hard it has been to acquire housing. And I know how difficult it is to go through application process and hearings. And I know how resistant people are to change. But I think when I have been taught respect right from the beginning of my teachings, we have teachings about our elders, and we have teachings about the folks that come to help us in times of need. And certainly our veterans have done that. And my father was a veteran. He went to World War II at a time when people didn't have to go to war. Indigenous First Nations didn't have to go to war. But he came back to a community that still didn't embrace him, and we had to really fight for housing. We had a really free and independent life on our lands and in the water, and that was lost, that was taken, we were neglected, and we were pushed aside by development without housing. And then the housing that was given to us, provided for us, was inadequate, and it was below standards for health and safety, and it was not fit environment for children. And all I can see is that we still don't think about the children that want to visit their grandparents, and the grandparents that end up being the secondary daycare providers, and they have to have a decent place to be able to do that. And that housing first is a worldwide concept, not just a local concept, but Housing First talks about the hubs of housing, where you have a community around it, where you can stabilize families and you can stabilize community by having services there. The determinants of health and well-being, health, education, justice, policing, all of those things are in a supportive community. And that's what could be in Central Saanich, because that's what it used to be. When we used to walk in the community, when I grew up here in the 50s, and everybody knew who the Underwood kids were. And we didn't have to worry about cars and lights and flashing lights and things like that, because we were free in this community. We were safe in this community, and we had one policeman. And I think, you know, things change, and we embrace that change as best we can. And I have worked so much with the adults, and I just kind of forgot that I was a senior myself. But I think that I know how hard it is to consider the cost of your housing, and then the cost of your food, and then the cost of your medication, and then if your younger generation is asking you to help them with a little bit of gas money, a little bit of tuition money, or whatever it might be. And so this idea is really smart, and I really applaud the planners for continuing to dig away at it, and the people, the employers who speak about it, because I was part of Prosperity, I forgot what it was called, but Prosperity, that group.
South Island Prosperity Project.
Yeah, the Prosperity Project, that showed the commute of people who were coming from Langford because they work here on the peninsula, and because the cost of housing there was much lower. And it didn't make a lot of sense to me, and then we see people that are tied up, but you think about their kids waiting for them to be home, and the kids that are waiting to be picked up. But here in Central Saanich, we have this real opportunity to continue to build on and keep continuing to plan the best we can for what we have, which is a very thriving and growing population. And I just wanted to add the idea of housing. For us, if you look in our First Nations community, we are underhoused. We have many generations of people living in the houses that we have, but we house settler community. We have in our lands leased manufactured homes. We have trailer park homes. We have campers and buses. And those are non-Indigenous people that come because there is no affordable options in the municipality. And we have people that work at the hospital and they live in their van. And we have the health support workers that live 3 generations in a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment because that's what they can afford, and they don't get in each other's way because they work in shifts. And they don't have anything fancy, they just need a place to sleep and change their clothes and do their laundry. So we need to look beyond ourselves and our need for large green space, because if we want to be able to support the idea of community and humanity, we have to look bigger than where we're looking. And so I really think that it is important that we do that and look after the veterans who help look after us. We wouldn't be here if they didn't fight for the land. And it's just the respectful and right thing to do. And the healthcare workers are at the low end of our employment in terms of earning. So when you say housing for a healthcare worker, many of them are working either, if they're lucky, there's 2 couples earning minimum wage or the lower wage. But if they're not lucky, they're working double or triple shifts. And that's the reality. And that's really hard on the physical and mental health of people. So we're lucky that we have green space, that people could still walk in and try to recover some of that spiritual, mental health that they need. And I think that that's something that's really important. We need to really pay attention to the mental health of our communities and really look at the aging community as being an active part of the community. I was talking to a few people here that are retired, but they're actually working too. Same thing as I'm doing. You can't really retire because people are learning from you, hopefully, and listening to you, hopefully. And I look after a generation of children as well. And I think that's really important, that we continue to do that. So Heitke, thank you. Sorry for my back.
Thank you for coming forward. We've now been without a break for about a little over 2 hours. So I'm going to say 7-minute recess. Yeah, we'll be back in about 7 minutes.
Awesome.
All right, where's Bob? He left. I see him. Bob.
And Niall. Oh, Niall's right there. Are you freezing? I've asked them to close the doors.
That works pretty well. I don't have to say anything. You just like bang the table a couple of
You
times.
have bugs.
Oh, is that the broken one?
Yeah, this is the new one.
Where's the broken one?
I have it in my office.
So I get 2 when I go.
Yeah.
I have 2 gavels because one broke one day.
It's picking up your voice, by the way.
I know. I didn't break it. One broke. All right, we are going to resume, and we're going to invite Mavis back up. She's carrying, I believe, a statement from 1 or 2 others, which we would invite you to read.
I hope I can read this. My eyes aren't as great as they used to be, but I'm part of the Spot Stilk board in our community, trying to work on the idea of a community health clinic for complex care patients who have often been diverted or dropped from the system. And it's not just First Nations people, it's others that have been marginalized that we're looking out for. So because of this, I have 2 of the doctors, Dr. Kate Evans and Dr. Michael Pavlik, the Saanich Peninsula Outreach Team physicians. We're called SPOT. They've asked me to read the submission that they've put together, and hopefully I won't be too long. We are fully supportive of this development, which will address a critical need, affordable housing for the most vulnerable residents of the Saanich Peninsula, many of whom are our patients. This development is in line with the worldwide movement known as Housing First, which is a recovery-oriented, evidence-based philosophy and approach that recognizes that housing is a basic human right and that people are better equipped to make progress in their lives if they have a safe, stable place to live. Housing First recognizes that homelessness is, first and foremost, a housing crisis, which can be addressed and resolved by providing safe, affordable housing. To be frank, the community has 2 options: to create more affordable housing like this one, or to deal with the consequences of more peninsula residents living in vehicles, camping in our parks, and sleeping in the doorways of our local businesses. The choice is clear. Respectfully submitted by Dr. Kate Evans and Dr. Michael Pavlik, Saanich Peninsula Outreach Team physicians. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mavis. The next speaker is Linda Friars, followed by Kelly Yee.
Hello, Council Mayor. I am Linda Friars of 1934 Hovey Road. I am the 3rd generation to live at that location. And thanks to that location, people have been benefited in the business community of having us close by, especially in emergencies. We have been called upon to help in cases of snow and such to...
Just adjusting your mic.
Okay. We've been called many times in cases of emergency to help out our community. Now we want our legacy of our house and those surrounding it to benefit the community even more. By providing a market rental for more people to work in our community, we can have more people actually be called upon in cases of emergency, and less likely to be overwhelmed and overworked if they are within the 15-minute walk of the downtown core of our village. So I am full approval of this development and hope to leave a lasting legacy to this community that will benefit much more than my immediate family. I hope you will take this into consideration.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Kelly Yee, followed by Arlene Hash.
My name's Kelly Yee from 2660 Island View Road. I'd like to state that like the OCP actually blocks the future for development of Central Saanich. Why I say this is because then we need to have more development for the future of our children and also our seniors, since as I learned yesterday, there's a high number of seniors in here. This development is highly needed for the housing shortage and will improve Central Saanich. Why I say this is that the example of Langford, when Costco wasn't allowed, housing wasn't allowed in Central Saanich, it went to Langford. This ended up increasing Langford's jobs, more taxes, and improvement to the municipality, making Langford a better place to live. I have lived in Central Saanich since 1965. I would like to see this municipality expand and improve for all the people here. I am saying yes to the development for the housing shortage. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Thank you. Arlene, followed by Cheryl Lynn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Good evening, everyone in the room. I appreciate that you stayed to hear the comments. I'm situated at 453 Atkins in Langford, but just for transparency's sake, my son works here in Central Saanich, and he asked me to come to speak to this issue. And part of that is because I'm the co-chair of the Women's National Housing and Homelessness Network. And I bring to this conversation lived expertise of being homeless and of working in the field for now 50 years. So I bring both personal experience and professional experience to the discussion. I also hold a master's degree in leadership from Royal Roads University. I loved it. And I'm a published author on issues related to housing and homelessness. And throughout my career, I've worked tirelessly to advance housing rights and solutions for vulnerable populations. And my work in addressing homelessness has been recognized nationally and internationally. I'm deeply humbled to have received both the Order of Canada and the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee for my efforts, working in shelters, transition housing, and working in First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities to explore localized housing solutions. So I'm sharing kind of that positioning of myself, just so you understand that I've spent my working life to create real, lasting solutions to homelessness and addressing housing insecurity. And that's why I'm here today. I know that change can be difficult, and I know when a new housing development is proposed, people have concerns about traffic, about infrastructure, and about neighborhood character. These concerns deserve to be heard, but what must also be heard are the voices of those who have served our country and but now struggle to find a home. I have looked at your OCP, and I have looked at the plan put forward by the developer, and found Arise and Legion Manor have developed an incredible partnership to provide the community or produce for the community something really special and not easily achieved between developers and nonprofits. So I find it pretty rare in my 50-year experience. I did also want to say that in 2019, Canada legally recognized housing as a fundamental human right under the National Housing Strategy Act. This means that housing, or the provision of housing, is not just a privilege or a preference. It's actually a legal and moral obligation that we have as a society that we must uphold. So I kind of thought about, the previous comment about the OCP being a law, and it failed in many ways. This development failed to meet the law under the OCP adequately in many ways and got a failing grade. It's actually inaccurate to say that because the OCP is a guiding document, a living document that has to be flexible to meet the changing environment, the changing demands and all that sort of thing. And so I really would ask a mayor and council to really think about applying a human rights lens to this, to the OCP and to this development, and to recognize that a right only matters if it's upheld in practice. And right now across the country, people are being denied their right to housing. And I sort of am encouraged to see that Saanich is not on that side. They've really been progressive and look forward to addressing the housing needs in their community in a good way. And having these hearings and really considering what's being put forward by Arise and the Legion Manor is a sign of that. Having said that, because of the housing rights violations across the country, my colleagues and I at the Women's National Housing and Homelessness Network have filed a human rights violations claim with the Federal Housing Advocate. The Federal Housing Advocate declared that the housing homelessness issue in Canada is the #1 epidemic issue facing Canadians. And our claim was accepted by the Federal Housing Advocate, and it's going to hearings in March and April to determine what these housing rights violations are and to really explore solutions to these violations. And again, I'm thinking that, based on what I've read and what has been happening in Saanich, that you really have set a standard about moving forward in a good way to address housing rights violations that exist. The Saanich plan, I was thrilled to read, lays out a vision for livability, sustainability, and inclusivity. It does have a few areas that need to be strengthened, and that is the lack of affordable housing options. And housing costs have risen dramatically, forcing seniors and veterans, many on fixed incomes, out of the community they call home. Failure to prioritize within the OCP those most in need, which are veterans and our seniors and our Indigenous peoples. And many, again, who have lived here most of their lives should not be pushed out of the community because they can't afford housing in the community. If you as a community believe in the right to housing, you must act now to strengthen the OCP and to sort of build on that flexibility that's allowed under the OCP to make this amendment that allows for this development to go ahead. Because every day that is kind of viewed in a rigid way, it's another day that a person is struggling to find a home or find home. The proposed affordable housing development for veterans and seniors is more than just about buildings. It's about honoring our values and your values as a community. Veterans who risk their lives for our country should never be left without a home in the nation they served. Seniors who have worked, raised families, and contributed to the community for decades should not be forced out of the community due to unaffordable housing. Saanich Futures depends on ensuring you have housing for all, not just for those who can afford the rising costs of the market. Again, I understand that change brings concerns, But the real question that everyone has to ask themselves is, what kind of community you want to live in? Are you a community that says, not in my backyard? Or are you a community that says, welcome home? This is your opportunity to uphold your plan, and that flexibility that is allowed under the plan through revisions and adaptations and the ability to amend your plan, and ensure that Saanich remains a place where everyone has a fair chance at a safe and affordable home. And I'm encouraging you to move together, not just as neighbors, but as a community that stands for dignity, fairness, and inclusion. And I'll finally end off by saying, I'm a petition signer. I'm actually a petition collector. And I have collected petitions in sort of community planning kinds of things. Petitions don't win the day. It really is, you know, the obligation for taking a human rights lens and the obligation to meet the needs of the community that are emerging. And right now we have present and urgent needs across Canada, but in Saanich as well. Thank you for allowing me and giving me time to speak to you, and I hope that you do take my comments into consideration, and I'll provide you with a copy of my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to address us in Central Saanich.
Cheryl Lynn, followed by Linda Middleton.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Lynn, and I am a resident of Brentwood Bay, though I have lived in Central Saanich for 14 years. So I don't think anyone here is denying the need for affordable housing. That is quite apparent, and it is a very great need. I would like to address what is an official community plan. The official community plan, or OCP, is one of Central Saanich's most important documents, and I quote, "Protecting and enhancing the rural and small town character of the community is a key principle of the newly adopted OCP. Policies remain strong on protecting agricultural lands and supporting farming, and the district's urban containment boundary is unchanged." Something I'm not sure if it has been addressed or very much is the OCP's regarding trees and the natural environment. The district is committed to maintaining a harmonious relationship with the natural environment. Central to that philosophy is to retain, protect, and enhance the range of environments which include farmland and tree ecosystems. I understand that this proposed project would destroy about 70 mature trees, including arbutus and Garry oak. Central Saanich is home to a significant and unique Garry oak ecosystem, a highly diverse and endangered habitat. These ecosystems are known for their high biodiversity, supporting over 700 plant, 800 insect, and 100 bird and other wildlife species, many of which are rare or endangered. Less than 5% of the original Garry oak habitat remains in a near natural condition, making conservation efforts crucial. The biggest threats to this delicate and unique ecosystem are from development, causing habitat loss from fragmentation and degradation. Never mind the tree canopy that is necessary to support wildlife and birds such as the nearby barn owls. The Central Saanich website says Central Saanich has seen significant tree canopy loss and is working to slow current loss and eventually increase our canopy cover. So I'm just wondering, how is destroying this many, like up to 70 trees, slowing tree loss and increasing our canopy cover and helping wildlife in our community? I'd also like to point out the logo of Central Saanich is one of our own logo here is, you'll see it's a field with a barn, waterway, and trees. And I don't see any cement or multi-level building complexes in that image. So according to the OCP section 2.1 of the community vision, our community vision Central Saanich is a community where residents value our great natural beauty and rural landscapes with active agriculture that exists in harmony with our villages. Central Saanich has maintained its rural and small town character with a strong sense of community pride. I am one of the many Central Saanich residents that wish our community to remain this way. And I know that even just reviewing some of the online metrics of people that might not be here tonight, my observation that I hope I can be a voice to is over 80%, 88% were some of the comments or things, the feedback that was also opposed to this proposal. And we would like to preserve rural Central Saanich for future generations while protecting trees, agriculture, and natural habitats and landscapes with small towns and low population density. And from the OCP under Maintain Rural Small Town Character, and I quote, "The district will continue to protect the agricultural and rural landscapes alongside compact villages and nearby residential neighborhoods." So if the OCP is so important, then why all this pressure to redevelop and change it? Like other community members have shared, altering the OCP shouldn't even be a discussion. It's a slippery slope, setting dangerous precedents to the OCP. The OCP was approved 2 years ago, and although sometimes it may need to evolve, it doesn't need to in this case. What's the point of an OCP if you're just going to plow through with whatever and just change it? It's sad that it has come to this because the OCP hasn't been adhered to in the first place, and there's no need for all this division and pressure. It's like we need to take action now and make changes that will affect the community and landscape forever. So that's important to consider. Central Saanich was required to complete 77 housing units in 6 months, and have done 304, more than 3 times that. And according to these numbers, there's no case and no immediate need for further housing. It doesn't mean to say that we can't look towards that. If the Legion wants to build more accommodations, that's great. And start by working with the land space that you have and exhaust that first. The 187 units the development proposed for 1934 Hovey Road is non-compliant with the current OCP and violates it. And I also was surprised to see, like last night, like why are planners and developers from Vancouver, Surrey, and Langley telling the community of Central Saanich what we should do? Like there's a lot of societies, construction, and housing businesses from all over the Greater Victoria, speaking on these issues. And I know myself, I grew up in Langley, and what used to be farms and fields are now industrial complexes. And once you begin with development, it changes the landscape and you just can't go back. So ultimately, your duty is 100% to the community of Central Saanich, ensuring the well-being and interests of the municipality and its residents. As our public servants, please be reminded that the mayor and council are employed by the residents and not by developers. The opposition is not to housing, but to the inappropriate proposal and technical failings of the development proposal with the OCP. It is your responsibility to respect the important OCP and uphold professional community planning. So thank you for doing that. I know that that's been part of the process, but your responsibility also lies with protecting the neighbors to the proposed development. And there are very valid concerns for the massive environmental and volume impacts that multifamily residential would have on the community and in this neighborhood, as well as parking that's been brought up. And as was brought to our attention earlier, there's over 415 local Central Saanich residents that have signed a petition. And so we implore you to not amend the existing OCP and to follow your very own mission to serve the people and strive to live in harmony with each other and with our environment. And to follow our community values of accountability. Governments need to be accountable. People want integrity, honesty, respect, collaboration, and transparency, to name a few. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Linda Middleton, followed by Ron Bickford. Is Linda still with us tonight? Nope, okay. Ron Bickford.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Ron Bickford. I live at 899 Pecanla Place. I will be brief. I'm a fourth-generation resident of Central Saanich. Our roots in the community run deep. Our background is farming. We have owned significant land in the district over the years. Over the last century, my family has witnessed firsthand the changes in this community. We have seen homes built, neighborhoods grow, and Central Saanich evolve. More recently, we've watched the official community plan, OCP, amendments made to accommodate the homes of both supporters and opponents of this project. We have never opposed the creation of new homes. Growth is part of a thriving community. In my mind, there is no better location in the district for this project. Affordability is a huge challenge. With the cost sharing with the existing Legion services, this project design ensures that Legion Manor remains financially sustainable for years to come. Life is change. The future is not the past, and the future may very well be better than the past, but only if we are willing to embrace progress rather than resist it at every turn. I urge you to support this application so the next 50 years, seniors and veterans in Central Saanich will have a place to call home. Thanks very much.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Eric V. Apologies, I don't want to try the last name. Followed by Cheryl Beatty.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just had to drive Eric home because he's struggling with some chronic pain. So I am Jen Verschure, and I'm going to read what he's written for him. We live in Saanich, and I thank you, everyone here. I know it's been a long night, and yesterday as well. Last night, I sat here and listened to heart-wrenching stories from our community, stories of struggle, resilience, and hope. As someone who has always respected and honored our elders, I hold deep gratitude for our veterans and the sacrifices they've made. I also honor those living on the streets and the hardworking individuals who are my neighbors. We have a strong, tight-knit community, and as a person who truly cares about people, it pains me to see the challenges we face. As I listened, I found myself trying to piece together a complex puzzle filled with many pieces that just didn't seem to fit. Why are we at an impasse as a community? What's really going on here? In my quest for understanding, one glaring question emerged: who's going to pay for all of this? The provincial government has made headlines with substantial investments in housing initiatives, including an additional $318 million for the BC Builds program and increases in the rental assistance program. The income threshold for the program is being raised from $40,000 to $60,000 and is expected to boost the number of eligible families from 3,200 to almost 6,000. At first glance, these numbers seem impressive, a robust effort to address our housing crisis. But we must ask ourselves, is this approach sustainable, or does it set us up for systemic abuse? Consider this: Canada is committing a staggering $90 billion over 10 years to improve housing availability. In British Columbia alone, $4.3 billion, i.e. a plan initiated from 2023 budget, is earmarked for subsidized housing, a significant amount to our entire provincial deficit. For those interested in 2025-26, our deficit is $10.9 billion, up from $9.1 billion in the revised 2024-25. Total overall debt the province holds is expected to rise from $133 billion now to $209 billion by 2027. This excessive spending raises a crucial question: are we pushing beyond our means? While the intentions may be noble, the reality is that taxpayers will ultimately bear the burden of this escalating deficit. Moreover, while nonprofit housing societies receive substantial government funding, there is still a lack of reliable data on the number of homeless individuals in our province and whether these programs are making a meaningful difference. As taxpayers, we deserve transparency and accountability regarding how our funds are being utilized. A recent Globe and Mail article reveals a sobering statistic from Consumer Debt Index. Many Canadians reported being just $200 away from not being able to pay their monthly bills. We have a cost of living crisis. In just 3 years, our groceries are up nearly 40%. Don't forget utilities. They have skyrocketed as well. And yes, no one wins in a trade war. The tariffs imposed today by the Trump administration will further exacerbate the challenges faced by our workers, farmers, and families. Many Canadian families are struggling, and as the government touts its ambitious housing initiatives, we must ask, will these measures provide real relief, or will they exacerbate the economic strain on our communities, or what about your pockets? As a side note, with our population continuing to surge, we must confront a pressing question. How do we sustain this growth with our current human pillars, such as grocery stores, hospitals, police, and fire stations? The strain on our essential services is becoming increasingly evident. Can we truly expect our community to thrive when our foundational resources are stretched thin? It's a critical challenge that demands our immediate attention and thoughtful planning. The government's attempts to streamline development approvals and implement inclusionary zoning are well-meaning, but they risk creating an environment ripe for exploitation. Some developers are likely to seize these incentives, prioritizing profit over the well-being of our community members through grants, subsidies, tax credits, and very low-interest loans. I fear that this may serve as a facade for unchecked development, ultimately failing to meet the diverse needs of our community. So what does all of this mean for our local community? I am concerned that the provincial government may be reacting with reckless disregard for fiscal responsibility. They seem to be in a frenzy, pushing incentives that prioritize short-term thinking over long-term sustainability. This myopic approach is likely to have some serious consequences for our neighborhoods. Regarding housing, it has been said multiple times that there are currently 599 plus housing units either built or under construction in central Saanich, which does exceed the established quota. Last evening, I was deeply affected by the many stories shared, and I acknowledge the emotional weight they carry. However, I believe it is essential to approach this matter with objectivity. While emotions can run high, unfortunately, relying solely on subjective feelings can cloud our judgment. The one constant that provides clarity in this situation is our well-crafted official community plan, developed by those dedicated to serving our community. I must firmly assert that this proposed multi-unit residential incentive clearly contradicts the principles outlined in our OCP, undermining our vision for community. If this council approves it, we risk setting an uncertain precedent, allowing similar developments to encroach upon our neighborhoods and fundamentally alter the character of our community, which may put profit before people. While I wholeheartedly support efforts to provide safe and affordable housing for all, we must engage in a raw, honest conversation about our financial realities. Let us advocate for a cohesive housing strategy that prioritizes long-term sustainability, community engagement, and responsible fiscal management. It is our duty as citizens and stewards of our community to ensure that taxpayer dollars are used effectively and that we create a housing landscape that truly benefits all within an appropriate time frame. Rushing this process has never been effective, as it often leads to unintended consequences. Together, let us stand firm for our community and ensure that our voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cheryl Lynn, followed by Dave McCloy. Is Cher here? No. Nope, thank you. Dave McCloy?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave McCloy, live on Skohan Drive in Saanich. It's a privilege to speak to you tonight. My wife and I have lived in Central Saanich since 1989. To get to the point of this public hearing, we're both opposed to the changes of the OCP. The OCP was developed through public consultation and then enacted in April 2023. It stands as a blueprint for development in the municipality that will manage growth and development, plus reflect the community's values. We all live in Central Saanich for a reason, that being an area away from mass urbanization as what has been seen in cities such as Vancouver, Surrey, Victoria, and Langford. We cherish the livability, healthy environment, green space, and rural and village feel. Yes, there is a need for housing in Central Saanich. Infill, carriage houses, townhomes would likely be supported by most citizens in this area. Development on Hovey Road is too large and too dense for this area. It just does not fit and greatly impacts the neighborhood. And really, this project is not all about seniors housing, because there's going to also be approximately 200 more people living in a large rental building. So you have to ask, what is affordable housing? The plan for senior and veteran housing is one thing, but only 10%, or about 13 proposed units in the large-scale rental building, will certainly not satisfy nor resolve what is deemed a housing crisis. And as had been said previously, the rents for the units in the Marigold lands are in excess of $2,000 a month for a one-bedroom and more than $2,800 a month for a two-bedroom, plus parking, plus storage. So I understand there is still a number of vacant suites available for rent in the Marigold lands. Hardly affordable to attract minimum wage earners and healthcare workers to resolve a supposed labor shortage in Central Saanich. Labor shortages are not only a Central Saanich issue, but a regional, provincial, and national problem as well. Building massive developments that do not fit and comply with the local OCP and landscape will not solve the problem, but only raise other issues and impact the community as a whole through increased traffic, noise, infrastructure demands, loss of tree canopy, and impacts to bird and wildlife populations. Residents fear that if council okays this project and rules against the OCP, that it will appear that it will look after for-profit developers and open the door for anything goes development. Central Saanich will have developers drooling over neighborhoods ripe for development and have the appearance that council will look after developers for other proposals. The speakers last night and tonight primarily focus on the Legion Manor building, and we're frequently emotion-based on affordable housing for seniors rather on topic, which is OCP compliance. Little is said about the large 130-unit rental building. I would say that the majority of residents have no issue with seniors and veterans housing, but maybe now is the time for the Legion Housing Society to take a second look at what they could do on their own property, have an open mind and rethink the entire plan and go back to the drawing board. There's never a bad idea. They have a vision, so work with that to satisfy their housing needs. Personally, I feel that seniors and veterans are unfortunately being used by our eyes as bait and pawns to seduce council and residents for the sympathy
there and rule that last comment is
offside. Okay, well, that's fine, but I just feel that over the last last two nights, that it's been an emotional focused on seniors and veterans. And I just feel personally that they're being used as a waste for a rise to do that.
You've made the point. And
yep, okay, I've made the point. Okay, so I would say the ideal answer to the Legion housing in this situation is there's a vacant lot owned by Central Saanich just up the road across from Centennial Park. It's vacant and ready to go, and it would comply. As for the large rental building, it will affect the residents of Hovey Road and surrounding neighborhood and go against the OCP. And in conclusion, people have lost trust with municipal, provincial, and federal politicians. Now is the time to start to regain that trust and vote no to amending the OCP. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker, I apologize, is Karia or Kana Hunt. Carla, maybe. Sorry, not good at handwriting. Okay, no Carla. Barb Allen. Is Barb still with us tonight? Yes, thank you, Barb. The speaker after that will be Janet Warren.
My name is Barb Allen, and I'm a community member of Brentwood Bay. Like everyone, I came here to listen and hopefully learn and speak about the proposed amendment, the zoning, and the variance changes. When talk of this housing proposal started and the immediate denial, I started to take notice. Not that I had been paying any attention to it previously, but it was reported on by so many newspapers and televisions, and I thought, what's this all about? I confessed to knowing next to nothing about an OCP and didn't even know what it stood for. And I wondered, like many, why on earth would they change this thing if it's just been published? Were they even allowed to do this? It's like, whoa. Well, there I went. My curiosity was piqued. In my career as a behavior consultant for children on the autism spectrum, I came to value and I actually enjoy researching to inform my practice. So I downloaded the OCP document and started reading and learning. Right on the last page is a section called amendments. So that was easy. One question answered. Yes, amendments are allowed and obviously expected, or they wouldn't have a spot for it. At the same time, the housing proposal was circulating, and again, I had zero knowledge of such things, but took a look at the photos and what it would look like and read the details and whatever. I started paying attention to the various media coverage, especially the opposition to it. So much so that I took a drive down the road to see what it was about. Hovey, I don't know how to pronounce it. I checked out the 4-story building just up the street on East Saanich and tried to imagine 6 stories on that road. No way. Then I turned my car around and I found exiting onto East Saanich to be pretty darn dicey. Traffic came roaring around that corner. Yikes, no way. As much as I admire the Legion and the housing they provide for veterans and other seniors, I thought, you know what? This is not going to work here. That was that in my mind. I'm done. A public hearing was scheduled. I didn't go to, but curiosity again. I tuned into the live stream and I learned there was a new proposal, one with changes. Interesting, I thought. When the details of the changes to the original proposal came out, I actually wrote to council to say, although I decidedly did not support the original proposal, I did support the changed one. Why? Well, they reduced it down to 4 stories, and they were going to change the way that you would exit and access this housing development. So here's where I feel like a fish out of water. I'm a tenant. No other tenants have spoken here today. I think one lady yesterday did. So I just lost my spot when I was breathing deeply. Page 2. Sorry. I am a low-income senior, and I have been on the wait list for an independent suite at the Legion Manor, yet I did not support the first proposal as I felt the negative impact and the safety issues were too great. One of my 3 children and his family are in unstable housing. I know the need is great for him and his generation who have been largely priced out of home ownership, and yet I did not agree with that first proposal as I really honestly felt the negative impact on that neighborhood and the lack of the safety accessing was just too great. Even a need as great as housing needs to be mindful of how it can be built. I came across a Central Saanich community survey from 2023, and the results show that the highest priority in the larger Central Saanich community is affordable housing. Out of 19 categories, including taxes, health and social services, safety on the roads, affordable housing took top priority in the community. Quote the website, "The information is used during council planning sessions." I now support this housing development at 4 stories and safe access in and out. Within the OCP document, which I downloaded and read, is a graphic showing the number of owner households and the number of rental households. And this graphic spans the years 2006 to 2016. In that span of those 10 years, owner-owned households went up by 7%. Rental households went up by 27%. We all know what happened to house prices since 2016. My son and his family will never be homeowners. What he and so many other young families can hope for is stable housing, meaning market rentals, not private home owners as your landlord. So you know you won't be unexpectedly moving one day. In 2021, I was evicted after 16 years in the same rental home in Victoria. So change happens. I relocated from Victoria to Brentwood, landed a basement suite by the grace of God, lovely landlords. I'm good, I'm golden. It won't be forever. I will have to move, and where will I go? My prayer is I will be offered a space at the Legion Manor. I'm 71, good health, active. I'm pretty sure one day I'll get a call. The wait is up to 7 years. I checked yesterday to make sure I was correct. Maybe by 78, I'll have stable housing. Maybe my son will find market rentals that fit the needs of their growing family. In 2023, my son got eviction notice. The next month, they were planning his little boy's first birthday party. I'll tell you, that was not a celebration. When I was evicted, unfortunately, it was in September. So I moved in the month of November and tried to find a few Christmas ornaments to put up. It is very unstable housing when it serves a need. Another woman spoke to how wonderful it is we have secondary suites, but it is unstable housing. And the hope is that it can be a stepping stone to market rentals, which we are sorely needing. So back to the OCP amendment question. The facts presented at the outset of the meeting yesterday fully informed me as to the lack of another site for this development without impacting more homeowners and would force a duplication of existing infrastructure at the Legion Manor. The honest inability, supported by facts, to rebuild and relocate the Legion Manor. The facts that without a financial help, the Legion cannot. They just cannot expand for at least 10 years. I feel fully confident and in good conscience to ask Council to approve the OCP amendment, the zoning change, and the variance requested. The changes to the proposal are significant compromises on the part of the developer, which I believe offer not a perfect development. Nothing is ever perfect. Years ago, I worked with a kindergarten teacher, and that was her most important lesson, teaching kids nothing is perfect. But this proposal ticks off many boxes of the larger community priorities. I know you haven't heard many of me in all of these hearings. That's why I'm saying the larger. Real and express needs for housing and the muchly long-awaited and overdue expansion to the Legion Manor. I'll close with a little quote. I know it's a bit goofy, but whatever. The true test of a man's character is his readiness to adapt to the changing tide of his community, ensuring no one is left adrift. Our larger community of both the renters and homeowners leaves our trust in you. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Janet Warren, followed by David Spence.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I came here to say one sentence that I approve the project, but since waiting for 2.5 hours, I've taken some notes. So I approve of the project as rentals are desperately needed. The issues that were brought up, such as parking, bicycle lanes, distance to shopping, inclement weather routes, more children in the neighborhood, they're not crucial and not a huge concern, and would all get brought in, it would all dissipate. They're not even relevant, because the units will be built, if they're built, and the units will be filled, regardless of if they have parking or not. Brentwood Bay is a beautiful place, and I love it, but you do have to look at other places like Victoria, Saanich, all other municipalities, Sydney, to see what they're doing, and Central Saanich needs to keep up with the pace of every other municipality on the South Vancouver Island. And there was a comment about possibly the rents are going to be too high, the places aren't going to be rented. Thrifties has a place that they're offering some kind of bonus to fill. Well, if that were to be the case, that would not be a bad thing, because believe me, the landlord who owns apartment buildings would never keep their units empty. They would lower the rents. So that would be a win-win. The OCP is not law, it is a plan. And plans need to regularly be updated, especially since Bill 44. I moved to Brentwood, I forgot to say, I live on Verdier, so I live in Brentwood Bay. So I moved to Brentwood Bay a year ago from East Saanich. And the OCP there is 6 stories. Now they have approved 18 stories. So the OCP 6, approval 18. And that is
just for
on
clarity, you're referring to the municipality of Saanich.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that is on the main roads near a bus stop, but these plans for 18 stories are next to single-family homes, such as where the Nellie McClung Library on Cedar Hill Crossroad, 18 stories, the Racket Club, 18 stories, CRD housing that's currently 2 or 3 stories, 18 stories. So I believe that in 10 years, Central Saanich here will be approving at least 10 or 12 stories. And looking back at this project, you will realize that it's actually underdeveloped. And I'm actually surprised that it's been reduced from 6 to 4. 4 stories is nothing when you consider that large homes, single-family houses, are 3 stories. I believe most of the people that were involved in drawing up the OCP, I mean, that's great people, a lot of work, and that's all appreciated, but I believe that they're mostly homeowners and not renters. I think it's also a lot easier for people to stand up and voice disapproval for rental housing when you yourself have a home. And it should have been added when you come up to speak and give your address, that you should also say renter or homeowner. Lastly, the very first lady that spoke on the screen tonight, she mentioned some buildings, apartment buildings, that were approved and built in Central Saanich by Starlight. It would be tragic that a corporation that has over 70,000 rental units across Canada and the United States that buys homes for REIT investments were approved, while our local Legion and local developer didn't. Starlight is Ontario-based and are a big reason for high rents and housing shortage. In these difficult times when BC is fighting a trade war, we must do everything possible to approve the project and keep local workers in jobs and support the local businesses and community. Thank you.
David Spence, followed by Mark Holland.
Mayor and Council, David Spence is my name. I live at 6880 Wallace Drive, and I acknowledge that we are gathered tonight on the Indigenous territory where we reside and where all of us have sacred relationships one with another. It's good to be standing with you again. I feel like I'm at the point of summarizing everything that has been happening over the last 2 nights. And I recognize that we're very much in one group on one side, speaking eloquently, and another group on the other side, equally speaking eloquently for and against. It's very much of a binary situation in which we find ourselves, either one or the other. And that makes it really rather difficult. And I kind of imagine that difficulty for each and every one of you who is going to make a decision about this proposal, and that you need to dig deep within your imaginations, in your being, to find a place of compassion as you make a decision one way or another. I think for me, the sense of striving for compassion can be bridged in trying to understand that it's not just a binary kind of situation in which we find ourselves, but that there is not just Group A or Group B, but there is another group, at least one other group, and I think it's been referred to in the last few speakers in terms of a tree canopy. There's an ecological constituency that needs to be considered in how a decision is to be made. And compassion and concern for the trees that reside on this property that we're considering carries the history of who we are and how we have been over the years. These trees, this canopy, holds the genes of ancient communities as well as current communities. As you know, I'm involved with the Royal Commonwealth Society, Vancouver Island. And one of the principles that I have come to appreciate from the Commonwealth perspective is that decisions are made not only with compassion, but with consensus. It's not just simply a matter of trying to persuade one perspective over the other, but trying to find a third way in which everybody can be winners. And so as you move out of this public hearing, I would encourage you to dig deep into that sense of compassion and recognize that not only are there technicalities and legalities and economics that are involved, but there is deep heritage, deep history that needs to be part of the decision, where everybody feels that they are part and included of the community. Community has been spoken about in many ways by many people. And so I leave with you the hope that a decision that can be made with a place of deep compassion and consensus. And so I leave with you, may the forest be with you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Mark Holland, followed by Eva Blle.
Good evening, Your Worship Council. My name is Mark Holland. I live at 1081 Portage Road. I'm a professor of planning at Vancouver Island University and a planning consultant. I've had the privilege of working in the pre-stage of your OCP as well as on other projects in your community. I rarely speak at public hearings, but I came tonight to speak partly because of the merits of the project, but mainly because we need to clarify some important assumptions underpinning an official community plan. I have 4 comments that I'd like to make, 4 points. The first one is that OCP amendments are not only necessary, they're embedded in the very concept of the official community plan. In our planning school, we teach students from the very beginning that official community plans have 2 stages. The first is the one where we work with the community and a consultant to create the plan. And the second one is where we implement the plan. And that's a process of change and evolution and refinement as we move from community-wide thinking to parcel thinking. OCPs and all the policies and goals and objectives can never be achieved in their entirety on any individual parcel. They're achieved collectively across the whole community collectively. When we create an OCP, the reason why this process is that we do no due diligence, feasibility analysis, or testing of the OCP for any parcel of land in the community. And as such, an OCP is an idealistic statement of the vision, the ultimate ideal outcome that folks would like before anything has been tested. It is rare, therefore, that any project of any significant scale, such as this one, would ever achieve the full list of OCP objectives. And you've heard that this evening and last evening as folks have pointed out things that are not consistent. The OCP amendment process, however, is essential, and that's why we have such a formal process. It's not to stop projects, but it's to make sure that any proposal gets the same thorough analysis that we put in to an OCP. And in fact, the process that goes through in these projects, this one being an example, has far more detail and analysis and thought than the OCP did. It took you 2 years to create the official community plan that covers, sets lands, designations, and policies for every parcel in your entire community. It's taken 2 years to get to this OCP amendment public hearing just for this one parcel. The scale of work that's undertaken in these processes is required and appropriate in order to amend an OCP. The second point that I'd like to make is that increases in density, changes in an OCP, are fundamental to achieving community benefits and objectives through this process. We frequently undertake an OCP, and I've worked on many of them, and expect to get adopted in the OCP a lower density than we would ultimately accept or expect in its implementation for a couple of reasons, and there's a lot of benefit to this. If we start at a high level in the OCP of density so that everything is at its max level, when a developer buys a piece of land, all of the benefit of that density goes to the landowner. And what's left, there's basically no money left in the pro forma to provide community benefits. When you work with an OCP amendment process, you set the density a little lower. And then through the discussion and negotiation, the landowner receives a fair price, but the difference between what is negotiated and finally approved, if it's successful, allows you to provide many community benefits. The third point is just a minor one on precedent. Precedent is a legal concept that applies to courts of law, does not apply to local government decisions. You look at every application at its face value, assess the pros and cons, and that does not affect your decision on the next project. So there is no precedent set. No horses are leaving a barn by you proceeding to approve or whatever your choice is on this one that would affect a subsequent application. And finally, in my fourth point, I'd like to just approach or address some of the merits of this application. When we look at OCP amendments, we want to look at a few things. The first thing is location. If we're going to begin to change OCP designations, what is the context for this decision? This particular site is located along a key corridor and very close to a town center. This is critical because many of us in the planning, research, and academic sphere are beginning to move away from a focus on just concentrating growth in a few small town centers because it's contributed to the housing crisis. There's simply not enough land there to accommodate the growth that's required over many years, firstly. Secondly, the land that is there, that is assembled for growth, is typically older homes. This is your heritage homes and your most affordable housing currently. So we end up unhousing a lot of people. We end up destroying a lot of heritage in the interests of bringing new housing. The unintended consequences of that over a long time can be quite significant. So it's also small town centers, when you put growth in them, they're actually not very good for supporting transit. You end up with a ridership group that's in one area and then nothing for 10 minutes on the bus until you get to the next one. We're shifting much more to corridors, and this site really supports that. Actually, you get the win of both of those. You're close to a town center, you're also on a really key corridor. Housing is the second observation we would look at because it's such a critical objective in an OCP. I don't need to say much about housing. You've heard everything here tonight. It achieves a very high level of affordability and very high level of adaptability, which is expensive for new housing to provide because of the changes in the units and the reduced number of units, but for aging in place, it's critical. I was also deeply pleased when I saw the commitment of the developer to try and help you with healthcare housing. One of the last times I had the chance to speak to you all was around that initiative, which is ongoing and growing, and your community has been a leader in that, and it's great to see that discussion forward. We don't have the OCP approved, so we don't know how that's actually going to play, but the developer clearly has put that as an objective. With respect to affordability, this is achieving a very high level of affordability. I work on housing projects all across Vancouver Island. This is a surprising level of affordability in today's market. One of the key elements that I see here that makes you a leader in affordability on this project is the cross-subsidy that you get from having some market units and some non-market units. That is a financial arrangement between two types of housing that we often don't get in projects like this. The concurrent surprise is the amount of money and service and amenities that are being provided at the same time as the affordability. I was quite surprised at how high that is. I am not seeing contribution levels like that anywhere in the CRD or the island right now. And finally, from a transportation point of view, this is quite a pragmatic and progressive project, providing the level of parking that it is at the cost that those stalls cost, but particularly in the very generous approach to cycling, which is appropriate in this site because of the terrain in central Saanich and its proximity to the services in the nearby community centers. So to conclude, OCP amendments are not only allowable. They're a crucial part of the very concept of OCPs and the way that we get benefits for our community. Your skilled staff have done a great job of negotiating this process through to achieve the optimum number of public objectives that they could and the financial return to the community while making this project feasible, when feasibility is never a concept that's addressed when we first build OCPs. So collectively, this project delivers a very significant number of your OCP goals, and I would encourage you to support this project, because from what I see around me and the numerous projects that I'm working on, you will not find a project with this much generosity and fit with the community coming back anytime soon from what I can see anywhere else. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Eva, who's already approaching, followed by Shane Moore.
Okay, I gotta get this down here. Okay, I'm not that tall. I guess good evening is a bit late to say, but anyways, thank you very much for being here and doing this. I'm one of these renters, actually. So I have rented pretty much all my life after my divorce. And I spent 14 years of my adult life with the Canadian Forces. So I am familiar with this whole thing. I am very much against this project because of various reasons, not just because of the OCP, but because I see what this gentleman earlier and the lady earlier was talking about, this whole ecosystem that we're destroying. We're like, everybody wants to have something for their families, but what are we leaving the children of today? We're just cutting down 72 trees because a few people have to have a place to live. And the other thing, what I'm really annoyed about is everybody's talking about affordable housing. This is not affordable housing. I've just actually moved from Central Saanich to North Saanich, and I can tell you there is a lot of places for rent out there, a lot. It's just that people can't afford $2,000, $3,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. So coming from Europe, what I could never understand is why there are no council houses here. Like, how come there isn't a place for older people not having to worry about that they have to leave from living in a basement suite to actually living in a one-bedroom house that's owned by the city, where you never have to leave. Hang on, I wrote something else down. What's really important is this whole ecological mess that we would leave. 70 or 72 trees, and some of those trees are old, mature trees, and we're just gonna cut them down and Bob's your uncle. So I'm really opposed to this whole thing. I'm not opposed to having seniors or veterans having their apartments. That's not the whole thing. I think there's got to be a different solution to this, and not putting these developments into an area which is right now a beautiful place to live. And so I'm just asking you not to approve it, and keep in mind that only about 1/3 of this development is actually for seniors. Everything else is market value. It's not affordable housing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shane Moore. Last Shane. Okay. Gail Day.
Mr. Mayor and councillors and staff and all of the people who have attended this meeting, I really appreciate you taking your time. I know it's long and tedious. My biggest concern for this development is I've sat through both nights. I was a little bit late getting here tonight because I had a commitment, but I've sat through the movies of all of the veterans, and you know, I've heard a lot of different sides, but my biggest issue with this development is when you're asking to deviate from the OCP, I think it is really crucial that the deviation aligns with the community, with the needs of the community. Now, there's 57 units for the Legion Manor, 13 low rental in the other development, so that makes 70. So 70 out of 187 is low rental or means tested. That leaves 117 units at market rent. And yes, the 57 units addresses senior housing, but another great need is single people and young families. And I don't think 117 units, we all know that Arise is a profit organization. They probably wouldn't be partnering with the Legion Manor if they couldn't have a profit, making a profit of their development. And so to magically think that they are going to have lower rents, lower market rate rents, when they have to pay their expenses, they have to make a profit, you know, I don't think that that's addressing the needs of the community. You know, I just think that I think we have to be careful there. So that's my, you know, besides the parking issue, I lived in Vancouver and parking, I lived there for many years and moved back here 5 years ago. And the parking issue I think is going to be critical. And also the large scale, like even though there's a building for seniors, the largest impact is going to be this U-shaped building that's market value rental. And that's going to be the biggest eyesore, the biggest, you know, intrusion on people's, you know. So I think that before we make amendments to the OCP, which don't, you know, align with the initial intent of it, I think we have to be asking whether this big commercial development of 130 units is really addressing the needs of the community, which is affordable housing, and I think the answer is no. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the participants who was originally online with us yesterday was not able to join us, so has submitted their comments in person, and I had promised to read them into the record. I'm a fast speaker, so I'll do my best. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is John Blle, Happy Valley Road, Langford, and I'm the Vice President on the board for Legion Manor and a veteran. We appreciate the opportunity to share more about the proposed addition that has been kindly supported by and made possible by Rise Development. For over 52 years, Legion Manor has provided safe, high quality, and affordable housing for veterans and seniors. We're proud of our stellar reputation. The property is meticulously maintained, and our residents have a long history of being quiet, respectful neighbors. It's important to note that we are not government-run like other properties that neighbors may be familiar with. We have a full complement of dedicated staff who work with the volunteer board, comprised of community members, including seniors and veterans, who all share the same commitment to support those who have served both in our forces and supported our communities for all their tax-paying lives. We recognize the Council's concerns, but strongly commit that our project remains a positive addition to the community. That's why we are willing to enter into a covenant guaranteeing that the new units in the Legion Manor building will remain designated for independent, affordable housing for veterans, seniors only. This commitment to serving those populations has defined us for decades, and it will not change with the proposed expansion. Central Saanich has benefited from Legion Manor's presence as a quiet, supportive neighbor for more than half a century. We believe that together we can continue this tradition of service and community-minded development, all the while fulfilling the mandate of providing much-needed housing. I respectfully ask for you to support this project as we maintain and expand the crucial housing we provided to those who have sacrificed so much for all of us. I wish Legion Manor was my consideration. I wish Legion Manor was my neighbor. Thank you for consideration. All the best, John. That is the end of the registered speakers, Chair.
I will look to see if there are any first-time speakers in the room who did not submit their name but would now like an opportunity to come forward and speak. If you would, please come forward.
I think my walk will be longer than my talk. Thanks for having me. My name is Adam Richards. I'm the CEO of the Cridge Centre for the Family. We are the oldest nonprofit in BC. We've been serving the community, the greater community of this area, for 151 years. And what's kept us relevant for all this time is that every time we have seen need in the community, we've stepped into that need. We serve seniors, children, families, women fleeing violence, and survivors of brain injury. And in each one of those components, the greatest need that we're seeing right now is housing, affordable housing, and especially for seniors. One of the ways that we've pivoted is that we want to use our voice, our 150 years of experience, to advocate for the underserved, and that's why I'm here. The need that we're seeing for housing for seniors has been significant, and of course for all kinds of folks in the community, and I know that I don't live in this particular community, but we know that housing is a regional problem. All I wanted to say really is that the folks who are against this proposal don't want it, but the folks who are for this proposal need it. And I encourage you this evening to step into that need and make a difference in those lives. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you.
Thank you. For one final time, I will call for first-time speakers. I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone here who wanted to add any final comment to the record before the public hearing is closed? I would invite you forward now if you wish to do so. I'd ask that those comments be brief if you are a second-time speaker. For a final time.
My name is Linda Friars. I'd like to add to my comment. Now, most of the people have brought up the trees that are on the properties. On my family's lot, a good portion of the trees are actually diseased and rotting at the core. So they will be coming down on their own time or in support of this housing initiative. So it won't matter if the trees stay around because they're already on a time limit. They were the dwarf tree, fruit trees especially, were planted over 50 years ago. Their lifespan is only 35. And with them dying already, it won't make a major impact to the ecological system if we put this proposal through. So I hope you take that into consideration, that already the trees there have reached their limit. And new trees will be planted when this development goes in, revitalizing that corner. And as for the people that will be moving in, imagine there's going to be safe walking paths or sidewalks where there is none right now. Because right now, the people on Hopi Road are walking on the road with the combines, with the heavy traffic. So if we can get those people off the roads, it'll be much safer. So I hope this will help in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. For an absolute final time, if there's anyone who wants to add anything to the record at this point, please come forward.
The one thing that, my name's Luane Friars at 1934 Hovey. The one thing that has not really been mentioned is that the houses that are there now, of the 5 houses, only one has been recently built. The rest are 60-plus years old. A lot of them built before the standards, today's standards, were developed. I know the house that I'm living in was built by a bachelor. Foundation was poured in 3 pours with a huge difference in level. And the house has been continually cracking every year since it's been built because it sits on clay. Every time there's a big truck go by, we have another crack in the wall. Corner of the basement is continually sinking. So it's a matter of time that unless we, decide to put $40,000, $50,000 in to reestablish the foundation. But then there's again, the flooring is not 8-foot joists. They are 6-foot joists, or a 6-inch joist, I mean.
Thank you. I think we've got a sense of the home,
Yeah.
if that's the point.
And that's the same with the other 4 homes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just look for anyone who might stand up at this last opportunity. Okay.
Got confused because I spoke for someone else, so I wasn't really, I hadn't really said what I wanted to say for myself, but briefly, I wanted to thank you very much for having this opportunity for all of us to come and to speak. I've never done anything like this before, and so it's been very enlightening, and overall it's been a wonderful experience to be able to be in an environment where there could potentially be explosive situations, and know that my community has been able to be here and sit with one another and listen respectfully. I truly appreciate that. The most important thing to me is our ability to be able to communicate and be respectful, because that's the kind of community I wish to live in. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else standing up, so at this point, I'm going to declare the public hearing is closed.
You want to talk about questions?
What?
You want to get specifics about public questions? Questions from council?
Nah.